Good morning, everybody. Day 2, Battle of the Brits, Premier League of Tennis. Thanks for joining us this morning. We are on court 3, a few minutes away from watching Alicia Barnett and Eden Silva play out the first match of the day. Thank you for joining us. Hope you've been enjoying our coverage, especially yesterday. Great to see Andy Murray back on a court, for sure. And not forgetting his compatriot, of course, Dan Evans, pushing Andy all the way. But I'm not alone this morning in the commentary booth. My name's Amory Batson. I've been joined this morning by the wonderful Anna Smith, former Fed Cup doubles player. How are you doing, Anna?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Yeah, really good. This is the first time you and I are going to be talking together, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to this one. As we said, it's Alicia Barnett taking on Eden Silva, who played Emma Raducanu yesterday. Lost in straight sets, but Eden Silva did push Emma all the way. It was a cracking match, and no doubt that would have fired Eden Silva up this morning. What can we expect, do you think, Anna, from this one?
I think this is going to be a pretty tight one. Like you said, Eden had a tough one against Emma Raducanu yesterday, pushed her all the way, and Alicia Barnett got a good win against Naomi Brody, so I'm expecting some good tennis out here.
As ever, we'd love you guys to get involved, guys and girls, to get involved this morning. Thank you for sharing us your comments yesterday on the YouTube chat. Please continue doing that today. And I've got a question for you all, actually. What has been your highlight of 2020 this year? What's been your highlight of 2020 this year? Do let us know in the YouTube live chat. We want to hear from you. Keep it clean, of course. 2020 has been a remarkable year for tennis, an unusual year for tennis. So let's get your highlights, because there has been some highlights this year, for sure. So let's hear from you, and maybe we'll give you a shout out throughout the morning as well. And of course the LTA and Jamie Murray have teamed up for the 3rd time this year to put on this fantastic event. You probably saw some of the Battle of the Brits over the summer. It's great to have a winter version and some live tennis just before Christmas, because Christmas Day's not too far now, she says. And it's a great opportunity to offer the British elite, the men's and the women's tennis players, a chance to get some match day practice in. And I can assure you, every single player that I've seen so far has taken that on board 100%. They're not using this as a training session, that is for sure. They're making sure they're getting some match practice in their legs, ready for 2021, because there's a Grand Slam happening in February. It's not going to be too far away now. Sure. Alicia Barnett as a player, what do you know about her?
I know quite a lot about her. She used to train at Bath, where I used to train when I was playing, so I've spent quite a lot of time on court with her. She's very solid, moves well. You can expect her not to give away too many free errors. I think she's been looking to come forward a lot more and add that aspect to her game. So yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of all-court play from her.
Now, according to my research, Anna, when I was doing my prep, they have met each other 3 times before, and Eden Silva has come out on top each time. Not necessarily a straight sets win there. I mean, the first time they met was back in 2014 in Nottingham, and that was a straight set, but in 3 for Eden Silva. But you never know. Tennis is a topsy-turvy game, as we know, Anna.
It absolutely is. I wouldn't pay too much attention to previous records. Like you said, I think their last encounter was in 2017, so that was quite a while ago. I think both players will have progressed quite a lot. By the looks of it, it was a fairly comfortable victory for Eden Silva back in Shrewsbury, so I'm sure Alicia Barnett will be looking to get revenge here.
As we're looking at Alicia Barnett, her career high 453, current ranking 587. She's ranked 19th in terms of Team GB as well. She's been playing since she was 7 years old, and plays doubles with Olivia Nichols, which I didn't know.
Yeah, she does. They've been quite a strong pairing, and I think they're looking to press forward and play a lot more next year. So they've had quite a lot of success, and I'm sure they'll only keep going up.
And just a reminder, this is a tournament that is a 30-match league format that will see each player play at least once across the 4 days. This is the second day of the tournament, so there's 16 players in total. And as I mentioned, this event is being live streamed on the LTA's own social media channels and YouTube. to allow you lovely tennis fans far and wide to enjoy some live tennis before Christmas. And this is a very much a COVID secure bubble, as Anna and I can tell you. Regular hand washing stations, one-way signs, COVID tests as well, to make sure that everybody's keeping safe, which is the most important thing. As much as it is to get some live tennis, we want to keep everybody safe and healthy for sure. So it's been a fantastic first day, and I'm going to say it's going to be a fantastic second day. You're going to hear me say fantastic quite a lot, because it's great to be here and get to see some live tennis. When I was commentating on Eden Silva yesterday for her match, Anna, the one weapon that she has is her serve. How can she use it to great effect today?
I think she'll be looking to add a little bit of variety to it. Obviously she has a big delivery off that first serve, but that slider out wide that she has can be really, really effective too.
Of course, there's no ball kids having to pick up their own balls, sort out their own towels. It also gives them a bit of time just to reset, I guess, between each point as well.
Anytime you have one of those extra long points, you know, you can casually hit a ball slightly further away to give yourself a little bit of a tactical extra time. We might see that as the match progresses.
First game on the board for Eden Silva, and we're on serve in the first set here on day 2 of Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. Is that nerves, Anna?
Maybe,
Melissa?
maybe a little bit. Just hasn't quite maybe found that rhythm on that first serve. Important when you start off the match, you want to get a high percentage of first serves in, so not quite the start she'd have been looking for.
Well played by Eden Silver there. What work do you think?
I just think her court coverage as well. It almost looked like Alicia Barnett was in control of that point, moving her around. And then she looked to throw in that drop shot and bring her forward, but just wasn't quite as successful as she'd hoped. And Eden was so quick getting up to it, and covering that court, showing off her athleticism there.
Break point now for Eden Silver to take a 2-game lead in this first set. Eden Silver still with a break point, but Alicia Barnett doing her best to keep in with this game.
Makes such a difference when she gets that first serve into play as well. I mean, she's not on the back foot from the front shot, or from the first shot rather. Ideally, she wants to be looking to get on the front foot as much as she possibly can. And we're still on serve, 1 game all. Despite having break points Eden Silver had in that game, she wasn't able to convert, and we're still on serve here on day 2, Battle of the Brits. You're watching Alicia Barnett take on Eden Silver on court number 3. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're enjoying what you're seeing so far. I appreciate that the scoreboard has disappeared. Anna and I will do our best to keep you up to date with the scores, but we are still on serve. It is the first set. It is 1 game all. Eden Silver did have break points in that last game, but not able to convert.
30 love in this game on the Eden silver serve.
I like what she tried to do there, but just tough to do that when you're just hitting the approach down the middle of the court, hitting to probably Eden's favourite shot, the backhand.
Why was it tough?
I think when you're coming in on approaching like that, you've just got to make sure you hit probably out of the centre a little bit more. You've got to take the opponent out of their comfort zone and their hitting zone, and if you hit to Eden's backhand, you're just going to pay the price like she did there.
You just hear there Lisa Barnett just giving herself a little pep talk.
I think she realised that was what she needed to do more on that return. She went after it a little bit more. What she tried to do on the previous point was the right thing, but I just don't think she quite committed like she did on that previous return. Again, another good point. As soon as she gets some depth on that return, she's the one who's dictating these points, and she can really do some damage. And you can see she's coming to the net quite a lot and having a lot of success so far.
40-30 on the Eden silver serve. And Eden Silver gets the game. It's 2-1 in the first set. Eden Silver leading the opening set here on day 3 of Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. As I said, I appreciate that the scores are not up at the moment. We are working to get that to you as quickly as we can. Anna and I will try and keep you updated as much as possible. And also, I've given you guys a little bit of homework as well. We want to hear from you. Make sure you're leaving your comments, sharing your thoughts about the Battle of the Brits so far on the YouTube live chat. And my question for you guys this morning is, what's been your highlight, your tennis highlight for 2020? I would ask Anna hers, but she maybe want a bit of time just to think about it, so I'm not going to put her on the spot right now.
Good
but
question.
Have a think about it. Have a think about it. I've got a couple in my head that I'm toying between the two. But yeah, definitely let us know what's been your highlight for tennis in 2020. Anything you like, but it has to be, of course, tennis related. Doesn't matter if it's Grand Slam, WTA, ATP. Let us know what's been your personal highlight this year for tennis. We'd love to hear from you.
Even some of the British events
yeah,
as well.
the British events. Let's hear from you. So we're still on serve here in the first set. Eden Silver, Alicia Barnett. Eden Silver leads 2-1, and we're on serve. Yeah, just went long for Lisa Barnett there. The umpire had to call it because I'm not sure if Lissy was aware, maybe.
It's an interesting format with the lines judges. I think players are calling their own lines. but the umpire's there just to give a second opinion if needs be.
Love 40 on the Alicia Barnett serve. Triple break point for Eden Silver. What's working for Eden Silver in this game?
I think she's just being able to be a lot more aggressive. I think Alicia Barnett is maybe struggling a little bit with that first serve, and also just coughing up a few too many unforced errors in her service games, and Eden Silver's really able to take advantage of that. You saw in that last point, as soon as she gets on that front foot, she can do some real damage, and Alicia Barnett couldn't turn that point around, and as you can see, 3-1, and she's got the early break already.
Thanks everybody for sharing your tennis highlights. I'm having a look and I'll read a couple out probably in the next changeover as well, because we've got some good ones. Now the backhand is something that Eden Silver likes to use a lot, but it's her favourite shot from what I understand, Annie.
It is, and she can cause a lot of damage with it, as she's shown over these first 4 games. I think Alicia Barnett's going to have to try and stay away from that a little bit more. Maybe look to attack the forehand.
I think that was the first ace of the game there from Eden Silver. And Eden Silver leads in the first set by 4-1. She's able to back up the break in the opening set of day 2 of the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. Now, I asked everybody from the beginning to share your highlights of your tennis highlights of 2020 in the YouTube live chat, and some of you are coming through with some corkers. So here we go. Jake Mason, my tennis highlight was Francesca Jones reaching the Prague quarterfinal and beating Sabine Lisicki. I remember Sabine Lisicki from back in the day. Gained about 80 rankings since lockdown. Great watching her. Thanks for that one, Jake. He's also very happy that we've got a scoreboard back, as both Anna and I are as well.
Clearly we weren't doing such a good job.
I know. Here we go. Simon Lake says, Iga Swiatek winning the French Open was my highlight. Such an exciting young player to watch. Do you agree with that, Anna?
I do. I don't think anyone quite expected her to come through like she did, but it was fantastic to watch, see the next generation up and coming.
And a quick one here from Barraclough Standfast. Memory of 2020, the epic Bulldogs versus Union Jacks event in the summer should be an annual event.
I agree. I think British tennis fans would love it. I think we had so much success with it, and I know the players loved it, and there was so much banter flying around, so I think it was fantastic for British tennis fans. So let's hope that Jamie Murray can organise that every year.
Brilliant stuff. Keep your highlights coming in for 2020. Of course, keep them clean, and I'll give you guys a shout out as well on the YouTube live chat. I could see what Lissy Barnett was trying to do there.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I like the fact that she's trying to work Eden around the court, but I think this is what happens when you play someone who covers the court well. You feel like you slightly have to overpress, and then the unforced errors start coming.
Lissy Barnett just needs to play her game, doesn't she? And not worry what's going on over the other side of the net.
No, I agree. I think her game style is going to be about trying to be aggressive. First ace of the match for Lissy Barnett, I think. And a nice comfortable hold. I think she'll be happy after the last two service games where she's been attempting to stave off break points.
Are you able to work out what a player's strategy is early on from an opening set, or is it, do you need a couple of games, Anna, just to see where players are going, what they're doing before you can?
It depends a little bit on if you've played them before. You know, if you have, you'll have a rough idea of what they're going to be doing.
Well played.
I think sometimes as tennis players we can almost get too caught up on thinking about what the other person brings to the court and not focusing on what our strengths are and how we're going to put our game on the court. So I think here for Lissy Barnett, she's just got to focus a little bit more on what she can do to hurt Eden, because Eden seems to have a very clear picture of what she wants to do out there.
Nice cross-court backhand there from Lissy Barnett. If she can use that more and keep where the ball lands, hopefully that can unsettle Eden Silva just a little bit.
She used a little bit more width on that backhand there. I think just a fraction been going too much through the court. Try and get Eden off that baseline as much as she can.
I'm starting to think this might be an important game.
I think you could be right.
Yeah, Lissy Barnett's got a break point here. First time in the opening set.
Pretty decent way to save a break point.
And another break point for Lissy Barnett here on the silver serve. I feel the tension's just gone up just a tad. Another break point save there by Eden Silva. And Eden Silva there manages to back up her break, but she was pushed a couple of times in that last game. Lissy Barnett did have 2 break points, not able to convert on those, but little chinks there, little opportunities maybe that she couldn't exploit, but gives her a bit of confidence.
Yeah, I think Lissy will be positive and a little bit frustrated from what happened in that game. Like you said, she had chances. Just let Eden almost take charge of the break points that she had rather than kind of going after them. So I think she'll be a little bit frustrated in that sense, but it's been the closest she's got to breaking her, so she's got to look at that. But yeah, new balls now, so if she can get a quick hold here and the pressure goes straight back onto Eden Silva.
Of course, been asking you this morning to share your tennis highlights of 2020, because the end of the year is not too far away now. And here we go. Valentino Sia says, my highlight of 2020 would be when they announced that the US Open would still be running and all the players were able to play safely. think that's a great highlight, actually. Thank you, Valentino, for sharing that with us. Everybody else, if you want to share your tennis highlight of 2020, please do so on the live chat on the YouTube page. And I'll give you a little bit of a shout out as well. What's been your tennis highlight, Anna? Have you got one now for me?
Oh, that's a good question. I think for me, I'd probably have to say the Battle of the Brits event. I think it's something that, as British tennis fans, we don't ever get to see. That level of competition with the mixed event, and everyone, you know, from Andy Murray to some of the younger and up-and-coming ones like Emma Raducanu. So I think as a British tennis fan myself, I loved that week, and you know, the energy that everyone brought, I think, was incredible.
Good shout. And now Lissy Barnett serving to stay in the first set. Eden Silva leads by 5 games to 2. What worked well then, that last point, Anna, would you say, for Lissy Barnett?
I think trying to step in on that forehand as well. So you could see in that, she was having to hit it pretty close to the lines to get it past Eden. Not necessarily a tactic that she's going to be able to keep up this whole match, though.
Oh, the net.
I do love a good net cord, I have to say.
That must be the bane of a tennis player's life, right, sometimes? Or not necessarily.
I was going to say, if you're on the receiving end of one, it's one of the most frustrating things. But if you get a couple, you're pretty thankful. And you're apologising, but not really meaning it.
Eden Silva with set point. And she gets in. Eden Silva takes the opening set on day 2 of Battle of the Brits. 6 games to 2 against Lissy Barnett here at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. And for those who don't know, actually, the LTA have made sure that the matches have been played on a similar type of court service as at Melbourne. And they're using the same balls as well to try and replicate the conditions in Australia as closely as possible for their players. Your assessment of that first set, please, Anna.
I think Eden will be very happy with how she performed in that first set. I think from the start of the match she was able to dictate the points and play it on her terms. I think Lissy will be a little bit frustrated, a little bit of a slow start, especially on her service games. I think she's just got to change and tweak a few things in the second set to get back in it, but I think Eden will be very happy with that.
We talked about there was a couple of aces in that first set for Alicia Barnett, I should say. Interesting about the second serves won, I think. 31% to 50%. What do you make of that?
Again, I think that the stat that we really need to look at there is the first serve percentage in. Silver's at 75% and Barnett is down at 38. That's going to be something that she's really going to have to improve. So it's putting a lot of pressure on that second serve to win points, and as you can see, she's not backing it up that well. But I think that the key thing there is just getting that first serve percentage. Got to get it comparable to what Eden's up at, because I think that's been the big difference in this first set.
So Eden Silver's taken the first set just over in half an hour. 6 games to 2 here at the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. And you've been sending us your tennis highlights as well. My question for you guys watching, what's been your tennis highlight of 2020? Anna's told us it's about the Battle of the Brits earlier in the summer. Jill Roberts says, my tennis highlight was definitely the Battle of the Brits. To be able to watch top quality tennis after having so many great tournaments cancelled was a real treat for us tennis fans. There you go.
I couldn't agree more, Jill.
I'm really struggling with my tennis highlight. There's so many, and yet in such an unusual and unpredictable year, it's the fact that we've been able to watch live tennis. I think it's been amazing. It's been exceptional. I keep coming back to Naomi Osaka though, winning the US Open for me. I think, given what happened last year, and then 2020, that moment where she was just trying to figure out how to win the match, and she put the towel over her head at the changeover. You could think, I bet the wheels were turning then. I think she's an amazing player anyway, and what she's done in terms of off the court as well. It's between that and Battle of the Brits. So I'll come to a decision by the end of the match.
You can have both.
Yeah.
We'll let you have both.
Thank you. That's my Christmas present. I can have both. Because I agree. I think I loved the Battle of the Brits. Like you said, I was watching it from home, but you could feel the energy and everybody just really get into it. The competitive side, but everybody's really enjoying it. And there were some real classic matches, and as you rightly say, the first time properly we've showcased British tennis under one roof, the strength and depth that we have in this country. Like you said, from Emma Raducanu right up to Dan Evans, Joe Contar, Andy Murray and various others. I think it was a great opportunity to do that.
I absolutely agree. I loved watching it, and like I said earlier, I do really hope that they can find a way to fit it into the schedule and make it an annual event.
So here we go, the second set, day 2 here at the National Tennis Centre, the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. It's Lissy Barnett taking on Eden Silver. Eden Silver took the first set, 6 games to 2. What do you think the game plan would be now for Eden Silver, knowing that she's a set-up?
I think more of the same, really. I think the onus is on Lissy Barnett to change things up. Whatever Eden's doing out there seems to be working, so I'd just say more of the same from her.
Both play right now. This year.
I believe they played against each other, especially in the doubles. I think Eden was partnering Beth Gray and Lissy Barnett was partnering Liv Nichols.
Correct me if I'm wrong, am I seeing a little sign of frustration there?
Maybe a touch. I'm not really sure why. She still got a game point in that first game and she won the first set comfortably, so you kind of think that she'd try and keep those emotions in check a little bit. Another little sign of frustration there at that first serve.
She has it, and we're still on serve here in the second set. Eden Silver taking first game, 1-0 against Lissy Barnett. And Eden Silver taking the first set in 6-2, just about half an hour or so. Keep your comments coming in, of course, about this match and also what your tennis highlight has been for 2020. Getting a lot of love, Anna, for the Battle of the Brits, I have to say. On the YouTube live chat, which is great. Also some love for the US Open 2020, but a lot of love for the Battle of the Brits for sure. Do keep them coming in. Let us know your thoughts of this match and also what you think your highlight has been for this year for tennis. It can be anything you like as long as you keep it clean, of course. And a love service game there for Lissy Barnett. That will do her confidence a world of good, I think.
Exactly what she'd have wanted after struggling a little bit in that first set. Makes such a difference when she can get that first serve in. Getting a few cheap errors on the return. It's always nice to rush through a service game like that.
Can you see if Eden is already using the same tactics that she was using in the first set, or is it too early to say?
No, I think she is. I think she's looking to try and dominate on that baseline, take the ground strokes on. Just maybe a couple more unforced errors than we were seeing in that first set, but I'd definitely say same tactics. Interesting that she went for the drop shot there. I think that's the first time we've seen her go to that. Not quite so successful. A little bit of a chance here for Lissy Barnett.
Oh, that net again.
You can tell she's getting pretty frustrated with herself out there. A little bit of a throw of the racket.
Which means Lissy Barnett now has a break point. And Lissy Barnett does get the break. She's now leading by 2-1 in the second set. Eden Silva took the first set by 6-2. Remarkable turnaround. You know what? I'm giving up predicting tennis matches from now on because I always get it wrong.
As do I. I think don't think I've ever got a tennis match right, I've predicted. But no, it's been a quick turnaround in this opening 3 games of the second set. I think Eden's maybe just dropped off just a fraction. And Lissy's just cut out a few of those unforced errors. It's made a huge difference.
Still a long way to go though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I was speaking to Yaz about this yesterday, about on-court coaching. I'd love to get your thoughts on it. Obviously, it's something that's used in the women's game. We're starting to see it on the tour, both tours. What are your thoughts?
I think it's a tough one. I think obviously what makes tennis such a great sport is the kind of individuality of it, and players having to problem solve when they're on their own on the court. And also I think, you know, if you bring it in lower down, a lot of the time players won't necessarily have a coach with them. So it does favour sort of the top ranked players who are able to have a coach travelling with them. But you know, it makes interesting viewing for us when we get to hear as commentators what they're saying.
Yeah. That was a good strong serve from Lissy Barnett there to get the game going. I do wonder who, in terms of the rally length, who's taking advantage of the shorter rallies and the longer rallies. I do wonder who it works out better for.
It's a good question. I think usually sort of the longer rallies would favour one player, but I think here, because both girls are great movers around the court, they don't mind going deep into the rallies. I think the most important thing is that you can see as soon as someone really gets that first strike in the rally, they're the ones who tend to be winning the points. But again, it's tough getting that first strike in as they move so well. It's hard to get that space. I think Lissy will be a little bit annoyed with herself there. She was the one on the front foot in the whole rally, and then that approach shot just wasn't quite as accurate as it needed to be. Gave Eden Silver a chance at the passing shot, and she managed to turn it around.
Also gives Eden Silver the chance to break back, of course, in this set. There we have it. Lissy Barnett does manage to keep the break. She is now leading, as the umpire says, by 3-1 in the second set. Eden Silver took the first set by 6-2. Keep your tennis highlights coming in for 2020. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on this match and also your highlights for 2020 as well. As I said, to Anna's shout was the Battle of the Brits. Mine is half that and the US Open with Naomi Osaka. A lot of love for the Battle of the Brits for sure, but also talking about the Fed Cup in February. Billie Jean King, Elena Sicilina versus Annette Contivate. Why did that shot work so well for Eden Silver there?
She pushed Lissy Barnett slightly further behind the baseline, got her moving backwards, and then will just use those hand skills that she has. And just was able to take the pace off the volley and get it short. Lissy Barnett never stood a chance. Fantastic play from Eden Silver. that wide serve again. I think she's maybe neglected that a little bit in this second set. I think it's something she can start hitting a little bit more. It was so successful in the first set for her.
I loved Eden's reaction just saying she put her hands up and it just went, okay, well, next one, next point. That serve, isn't it, has definitely helped Eden Silva, particularly in that first set, and it's starting to help her a little bit more in the second set. But she is down a break in the second set. She won the first set by 6-2, but it's Lissy Barnett who's leading with a break in the second set by 3-2. When you're down a break, Anna, how do you change tactic? Or, well, yeah, how do you change your tactics? Is it a case of hoping that the player on the other side makes the errors, or you become more dominant, or use more of your weapons? What do you do?
I think you've got to just analyse kind of the situation in the match and figure out why it is that you're kind of down. I think maybe just a little bit with Eden, she's just throwing in a few too many errors. I don't think it's necessarily the tactics that are the issue, but she's not quite executing them as well as she did in the first set. And I think Lissy is just maybe executing a little bit better, and it just can be that 5% swing that makes all the difference. I think Eden maybe just needs to find a little bit more intensity. She's getting a little bit frustrated with herself, but she's close. She's in the second set. It's just one break, like you said. So Lissy's really got to keep motoring here. Crucial that she tries to get another hold and put the pressure straight back onto Eden.
That was well played, I have to say.
That was clinical, wasn't
yeah.
it?
Love service hold there for Lissy Barnett. Now leads by 4-2 in the second set. Got the first serve in. Silva tried to return it, and then the cross court.
Makes it so much easier when you're getting those first serves in with the accuracy like she did in that game. All of a sudden it's a minute service holds and she's flying.
Yeah. I guess it's important for Lissy Barnett not to rush as well, because you can probably see in your mind the finish line in terms of this second set, but she shouldn't rush.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you're sort of a break-up, it's easy to think, you know, I just need to focus on my service games, but players can get momentums if they get quick service holds themselves.
Go on, give me your reaction. I can see your reaction to that. Go on, tell us what you think.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Rightly so, gives her a little fist pump there, rightly so. I noticed that Lissy Barnett came in on the court more, and she's angling her body more to the left when she was waiting for that. Whereas before she stood a little bit back from the baseline for the serve.
Just trying to be a fraction more aggressive, I think. That's what's been quite good for her this second set. I think she's tried to dominate a lot more of the points, not let Eden get that first strike in.
And now Lissy Barnett has a break point in this second set. We could potentially be heading to a tie break.
I think we could. But with women's tennis, you never know. They're so good at returning these days that even a double break isn't a guarantee.
Yep. And she does get the break, Lissy Barnett. She now leads this second set by 5 games to 2. Eden Silva took the first set by 6 games to 2. And what a remarkable turnaround. Again, this wasn't in the script.
Not after that first set, it absolutely wasn't. Lissy's done so well to just hang in there and regroup, and just up her level a little bit. She's definitely been the one who's been a lot more aggressive in this second set, and it's paid off with that double break advantage.
Thanks so much for sharing your tennis highlights for us for 2020 on the YouTube live chat. I've got a couple here for you. Mary Sison says, another highlight of mine has got to be the final of the US Open. Dominic Thiem and Alexander Zverev. Great match, and both players fought on empty tanks. And she says, thrilling. And another one from Barraclough Standfast. He says, another highlight this year, Laura Robson. Yeah, back on court after all her injury woes. Very quickly from you. Good to see Laura back on a court.
Yeah, it most definitely is. I've fortunately and unfortunately had to spend a large part of my rehab. We've been doing it together, so to see her back on court is brilliant. I know the hard work and the hours and the blood, sweat and tears that she's put into it, so it's fantastic to see her back on the court, and hoping for a successful and injury-free 2021.
Keep sharing your tennis highlights with us, of course, and what your thoughts on this match as well on the YouTube live chat. Thanks so much for sharing your thoughts so far this morning. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Lissy Barnett now has set point for the second set. And Lissy Barnett takes the second set by 6 games to 2. Eden Silva took the first set by 6 games to 2. We are now into a tie break. I'm not even going to try and call this one, Anna. Your breakdown for the second set, if you wouldn't mind.
I think Eden, you know, drops off a fraction there. I think just the energy and the intensity wasn't quite as high as it was in that first set. I think all credit must go to Lissy Barnett though for the way she hung in there and was able to turn it around. She came in with a great attitude and was able to bring her game to the court and cut down on those errors and really look to try and be aggressive. Very impressive stuff from her.
Yeah, so just over an hour. It's honours even here on day 3 of the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. Great opportunity for players to get some match play before 2021 starts, and of course we head over to Australia. And as I said earlier, it's been some competitive matches. Nobody's treating this like a training match. Anna, any of the stats there that grab you from the second set?
Definitely. I think if we look at that first serve percentage it's completely changed around. In that first set, Eden was up at about 75. In the second set, you can see she's down to about 50, and Lissy's up from about 35 to 68. I think that was a huge thing there. And again, those first serve points won 80%. A massive, massive difference. It's going to be key to see who can serve better in this tiebreak. I think that will be the deciding factor.
Here we go then, tie break to decide the outcome of this match on day 2.
Pressure will be so high on you. It's a great start from Eden.
That was a great serve from Lissy Barnett as well.
Finding that width on that serve, really fantastic. Crucial that she got that hold. Reduced it to 2-1.
It's important that Lissy Barnett, despite the scoreline, doesn't get too down on herself here. She's still got a chance, whatever's going on.
Yeah, definitely. I think she's got to realise that this tiebreak is longer than you think, and 4-1 is not quite as big a lead as you do realise.
Oh, well played. I was waiting to see if Eden was going to get that rightly as well gives herself a little fist pump.
As would I.
The umpire, I've got to say, has been spot on with the line calls today. Great return there from Eden Silva.
Silva's really stepped up in this tie-break. She's added a whole nother level of aggression and intensity that Lissy just can't hang with at the moment. She's going to have to find something to change and very quickly, otherwise this is going to go away from her. I think she said hit the ball, didn't she, Lissy there? If you needed a translation. Hit the ball, she says. We try and make things really complicated as tennis players, don't we? And all you sometimes need is just hit the ball.
That's what someone said to me once. Isn't tennis all about hitting the ball? I'm like, oh.
I suppose technically they are right.
Very good.
there be a comeback on the cards?
Just a quick moment to reset for both players. And Anna rightly asked, could there be a comeback on the cards? I mean, this has been a real topsy-turvy but an engaging match for sure between these two players. Both getting into their strides in their respective sets for sure. I'm not even going to try and call it.
This next point is crucial though. If Eden can get it, just gives you that little bit of a cushion. But if Lissy can get it 8-5, get a little bit tight.
And Eden Silver now has match point. In this tiebreak. I can feel the tension already. I think I might have just jinxed her.
Was a little bit of a tentative return there from Silva, but luckily she's still got another few match points to work with. Thought it was all done and dusted there.
I was waiting for you to say that.
She had Lissy on the run and somehow managed to turn that point around with her court coverage. Fantastic from Barnett.
And she gets it. It is Eden Silver who takes the tiebreak and takes the match. 6-2 in the first set. Lissy Barnett took the second set, also by 6-2. And Eden Silver wins by 2-1. Third set tiebreak, 7-6. Here at the Battle of the Brits, Premier League of Tennis, day 2 on court 3. There you go, 10-7. Goodness me, I mean, I felt it. I don't know what it was like for the players out there, but you could just feel that Lissy Barnett was saying, I'm not going anywhere, I'm going to stay in each and every single point in this third set. But Eden Silver showed her quality there.
She really did. I thought it was getting a bit close towards the end. That last serve looked a bit shaky, but came out with a fantastic drop shot to just get over the line. Interesting stats here. Very, very similar for both players. Not too much difference, just a little bit higher percentage on that first serve. Very similar on the first serve, points won. Maybe just a fraction different on those second serves. But again, it just came down to a few points here and there in that final set tiebreak.
Is that what it is? This match was about? It was about fine margins.
Definitely. I think you obviously saw one player dominate one set and one player dominate the other, but then that final set was just about who was brave enough and who was willing to take control, and I think you saw for the majority of that Eden Silver was the one who was willing to take the balls on and be the aggressive one. So I think it did get a little bit close for comfort at the end, and I'm sure she would have liked to have won it slightly quicker, but I think she'll be pretty happy with how she negotiated that third set tiebreak.
And for Lissy Barnett, what lessons can she learn from this match?
I think she'd definitely want to look at the second set and how she was playing. I think that's exactly the style and the kind of the level of consistency that she wants to bring to the court. Much better first serve percentage and was really being aggressive, showing off that all court game that she has and finishing at the net well when she could. So I think she's really got to look at that second set. And again, the way she was able to hang in that third set tiebreak, I think she's going to be really pleased, but just ultimately pulled up a little short.
Thanks so much, guys, for sending us your highlights of 2020 when it comes to tennis. One to finish off with for Mary Sison. She says, yet another highlight has to be Daniil Medvedev this year. Superb player and a champion for many years to come. And I think that's been great on the men's game, actually, to see players starting to make more inroads. I have no doubt that Novak Djokovic and Rafa Nadal and Roger Federer are not going anywhere anytime soon, but it has been refreshing to see other players now, particularly in the Grand Slams, you know, making their mark.
Absolutely. I think we've all been privileged over the last sort of decade to see the likes of Rafa, Novak, Andy and Roger obviously dominate the game, but it's nice that you do feel there's a slight changing of the guard. I don't want to preempt it just yet, but it's nice to see a few different faces winning the big tournaments.
Anna, thank you so much for your company this morning. It's been fantastic being with you this morning. Enjoy the further coverage of the Battle of the Brits here at the National Tennis Centre. Coming up next, it's Daniel Evans versus Jan Choinski. Join us in a few minutes as the British #1 takes to the court. Hello everybody, here we go, match 2 on court 3. It's the British #1, Daniel Evans, or Dan Evans, or Evo. We'll probably use all three throughout this match. He's on court now, he's about to face Jan Choinski, another British player. We'll give you the lowdown on him in a bit. Thanks for joining us today. I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far on the YouTube channel and keeping us up to date as well with your thoughts about the tournament so far, your thoughts on the matches, on the YouTube live chat. I'm going to ask a question in a minute, which hopefully you guys will give me some answers to, also in the live chat as well, which I will give you a shout out for throughout the match. But I'm not alone for this match this morning. I've been joined by Yaz Clark. How are you doing, Yaz?
Very well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good to have you aboard. I'm well, thank you. I'm looking forward to Christmas, like most, hopefully. Christmas Day doesn't seem too far away now.
No, I know, we're getting there. A couple more days to go, but thoroughly enjoying the tennis before it all goes down.
Hopefully some of you watched the Andy Murray Evo match yesterday.
Yes.
We were treated to a cracker. I had to get a Christmas plug in there somewhere, and it was a cracker, for sure. Great to see these two on the court, because I think it was competitive 1,000%.
Oh, absolutely. They were, happy to do battle out there, and I think Andy was very, very happy to get the win.
Yes, you could tell by the smile on his face
Yes.
afterwards.
Yes. Yeah. But I'm sure Evo's come ready today.
Yes, I suspect that is the case, for sure. And as we mentioned, this is the third time this type of event has taken place. It's the LTA and Jamie Murray, offering British elite players the chance to get some match day opportunities, and I can assure you none of these players are treating this like a training exercise, for sure. Jan Choinski there on your screens, the world number 347, has had a career high of 234. He's ranked 9th in terms of British tennis, born in Germany but plays for Great Britain.
Yeah, he's got a British mum, sort of born in Southampton, and a German dad. He's also been a very, very good junior player. He reached the semi-finals of the US Open Juniors, got to a career high ranking of 17. He's had some fantastic results. He's got 8 futures titles to his name and a final of a challenger. So hopefully going to put up some stiff competition for Dan and give him some great practice matches ready for 2021.
What I also understand, is that he played in the world's first planned closed-door event.
Yes, I think this year when tennis restarted, he started back in Berlin. It was the first indoor event back this year. It was pretty special, I think, and lots of COVID measures in place, and that's where he was playing. He's also extremely tall. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed that.
I have noticed that when he's been walking.
He's all legs. He's all legs, this man. He's a 1 meter 96, 6'5", so he's incredibly tall.
Yeah.
But Dan a little bit shorter. I think Dan's just over 5'8", so it'll be interesting to see how that matchup fares.
Look, they're both taller than me.
Yeah, it's not hard though, is it?
As I said, hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts about this tournament. Here's your question for the YouTube live chat. Which player has surprised you the most in 2020? Which player has surprised you the most in 2020? Any player that you like that has played, whether it be in a Grand Slam or a tour event, wheelchair tennis, it doesn't matter. Which player has surprised you the most in 2020? Keep it clean, of course, and I'll give you a shout out during the commentary. So yeah, which player has surprised you the most? And that's the same question for Yaz, but I'll give her a bit of time to have a think about it. We've got plenty of time,
okay.
I suspect, during this match. And here we go.
Dan quick there to get to the net. That's where he likes to be. That forehand of his, he loves to take on that nice early ball there. So I think we're going to see plenty of that as the match goes on. Choinsky's going to have to keep that depth to stop him attacking like that.
Oops.
Yeah, oops. We've all done it. We've all done it. A little bit of nerves probably, just got to settle. It's a big match for Jan. You know, like you said, he's ranked 347. Dan's currently ranked 32.
But in a way, Jan has got to forget about the ranking.
100%. Look at that, all over it. So that's what I was saying. The one thing, when you are a little bit nervous, you want is time. And that's the one thing that you're not going to get from Evo. As soon as he gets a sniff, as soon as that ball's landing short, he's going to be all over it and coming forwards. Just like he did there. Very good. Jan coming forwards too. Can see lots of up at the net play, hopefully. Yeah, that's what I love to see there from Dan. Jan coming forwards there. Dan anticipating straight away, using that sort of two-shot pass. He wasn't necessarily going for the clean winner on the first pass, but knew that ball was going to land a little bit shorter, and was already moving into position. That's that 6'5". That is right there. Taking time away with that forehand again straight away. Evo's actually standing quite a long way back on that first serve return.
I noticed that as well.
I think maybe that's because Jan tends to use the flatter one. If I was him, I'd definitely try and mix in a few slicier ones where the ball's moving away from Dan.
And Evo does have break point in this opening game of the first set.
Great first serve there. Second ace for Jan.
What number?
And another break point for Dan Evans here. I was thinking Choinsky needed a good first serve.
Yes, definitely. You don't want to give Evo a crack at a second serve, that's for sure. Well, he got there in the end, didn't he? I was about to say. It's a tough first hole, but Evo already asking the questions, but Choinsky able to come up with the answers there. So some great serves under pressure.
Dan should also be in a fairly good mood, which I assume he is anyway, because Aston Villa won yesterday over West Brom.
Oh, okay.
3 goals to 0.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was a pasting.
Sorry, Baggies, if you're listening. But the villains, yeah. So he should be a happy man in terms of respect of football anyway. But great to see him on court. Great to see these players on court and getting the opportunity, Yaz, to get some match players we've talked about.
Definitely, and none of them are taking it as practice matches. These guys want to win out here, and that's really, really good to see. It's a great environment to be in. Nice longer rally there. Evo targeting Jan's backhand. It's pretty solid. He's not your usual taller player, Jan. He's quite solid all round. Very, very athletic. Very good mover as well.
So what can he do here, Jan? What can he do?
I think he's got to be trying to keep that length a little bit longer. He's got to try and keep Evo away from the net. I think that's got to be the biggest thing. Yeah, I mean, Evo's obviously got that single hander. He's got a great slice, maybe trying to get him to open up and play a little bit more into that backhand. Evo's forehand is so strong at the minute. He's able to change direction, take it early, take the pace. He's going to need to be dictating into Evo's backhand if he stands a chance in this match, I think. It's a great serve.
That's a great serve, yeah.
This is one of the things I think Evo's really improved these last few years, is his serve. It's such a weapon for somebody who, you know, isn't the tallest. He's really able to put some speed on it. Nice return.
Yeah, great return there. And I guess if you're somebody who's not as tall as Jan Choinsky,
Yes.
you need other weapons in your arsenal.
Yes.
And that's exactly what Dan has.
Yeah, I think he's quite unique in the way he plays. You don't see many players playing like Dan on tour, and I think that's why he is quite exciting to watch. You know, he slices, he's got that variation, he can come forwards. It's real sort of it's completely different than a lot of other players on tour, and I think that's why he's very, very popular.
I mean, I watched that match, as I'm sure hundreds of you did, when Dan Evans pushed Roger Federer all the way in 2019, the Australian Open. Federer talked about how much he enjoyed it because it was proper old school tennis.
Absolutely. I think, like I said, there's not many people playing like those guys now, so it's really refreshing to watch. I think one thing here is Jan is very, very comfortable from the baseline. He'll be wanting to extend those rallies as long as possible.
Who does it work out better for in terms of the longer rallies, Choinsky or Evans?
I would actually say Jan. I think it would definitely favour him the longer the rallies goes on. Evo's fantastic at finishing in the net, finishing at the net and those shorter points. A great first point, but Evo really having to throw everything at Jan there. He's very, very comfortable absorbing that pace from the baseline. Like I said, he's not your typical very tall player. He actually plays more like somebody who's 4 or 5 inches shorter. He's very comfortable from the baseline, doesn't come forwards as much as probably he should, but he has got a fantastic serve. He's very much a baseline player. Oh, there he is at the net. I've just mentioned that he should come forwards a little more. Trying to mix up the play there. And there it is again. As soon as Evo has time, he's always looking to hop round that backhand and get his forehand in play. And as soon as he has just a little bit of time, he's all over that net.
And he has break point.
I was actually discussing this yesterday with Jay. Evo's able to create so much time. He's got such good footwork. You know, he was playing against Andy yesterday, and from the side, the ball is flying. But because of his footwork and his early preparation, you know, he's able to create so much time.
Oh, it just went on.
Only just.
Just.
Yeah, he was a bit casual there, wasn't he? He was.
Of course, there's no line judges, of course, so the players are making, and the umpire as well, making those line calls. And there's been a couple of debatable ones for sure.
I think that's always the case, though. When you're playing against someone with a big serve, it's very hard to see those lines. That ball's coming so fast. Yeah, I'm having to work very, very hard on his serve already. But it's very important that he maintains this hold here. And they might run away with it otherwise.
As you could probably hear and tell, he's well up for this one.
He is.
He is, isn't he?
He's had 4 break points. I think doesn't want to let this 5th one go. But look at that, creating excellent width there. I mean, Jan was, you know, running past those banners by the end of it, and then able to finish that ball with the early forehand open stance and closing the net.
He's going to feel irritated by that, isn't he?
He is.
Yep.
He only missed it by a couple of inches, though. It was right intention, right shot, just didn't quite execute. So great pickup from Jan though after that, on that return, right on the line. I'd love to have seen Jan close the net there. You know, there was a couple of shots where Evo really was on the run, not able to hurt, but Jan was hoping to win the point from the baseline there, and I just don't think that's how you're going to beat Dan at all. I think that you have to be able to take time away, and by giving him those extra couple of seconds, by staying at the baseline, he's losing time all of the time. Break point number 6.
He does get the break, Dan Evans, in this opening set of the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. He leads by 2 games to 1.
They were both breathing hard after that last
Weren't
point.
they both?
But I think they were both willing to stay in that rally and work the point a little bit more, which, to be honest, I'm not used to seeing Evo doing, but actually it just shows that he is capable of that as well. How diverse his game style is there. He can adapt to what's in front of him.
Now you can catch it. You're so right, yes, about the both literally like trying to catch their breath.
Yeah.
I held my breath for about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
I was thinking, when's he going to pull the trigger, so to speak? And he got it. So yeah, you can tell definitely from that roar.
Yes, he wanted that one.
He wanted it badly. And of course, guys, thanks for watching the coverage today. There's plenty more to come later this afternoon as well. But for the moment, my question for you guys is which player has surprised you the most this year in the tennis calendar? Have you got one? Yes? Do you need a bit more time?
No, I think in terms of, can we do British players as well?
Anybody you like.
British players, I think, to be honest, watching Andy play yesterday was fantastic. At the back end of last year, he came in some fantastic form. And again, watching him play yesterday, he was old Andy. You know, 2021 better watch out, because I think he's back to it. But also, I really enjoyed watching Sophia Kenin at the beginning of the year. I saw her as a junior. She's the same age as Jay, so I watched her and her and her dad. And you know, she wasn't the most talented, but she was an absolute grafter. So to see her come through at the Australian Open this year was fantastic.
Dan Evans with the break in the first set. Yeah, Sophia Kenin's a great shout, actually. It's a great shout, for sure.
I think Jan's going to try and make this match as physical as possible. It's one of the things that he's very, very good at. He's very, very athletic, and he's able to play those longer matches. He's very, very fit. Moves incredibly well for a big guy too.
Yeah, that great ace. Great ace there.
I've just seen on the comments someone said about Jodie Burridge, and to be honest, totally agree with that as well. She was absolutely brilliant earlier this year. for Battle of the Brits and for the British Tour events, and I think she will be hopefully in some great form going into 2021. With, of course, that win over Jo Konta as well.
Yes. Yeah, do keep letting us know on the YouTube live chat which player has surprised you the most this year for 2020 as we head into the new year and a new tennis calendar, and we'll share your thoughts live on air. He's really psyching himself up, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Dan's uber competitive, but that serve, those last 3 points, you know, tough first point and just able to get him out of trouble. That's I think that's what I think Choice is going to need to do to put Evo under a little bit of pressure.
Dan Evans leading the first set by 3 games to 1. The British #1. Getting very ultra competitive, which is what we want to see from Dan Evans.
Yes.
Fired up Dan Evans. Aston Villa won last night as well, so that's going to fire him up even more.
I think a couple of other people have mentioned Arthur Ferry as well. I think he's
yeah, that's a good shout.
He's another British player who's very much on the rise. I think he's 18 years old, if I'm right.
Like Emma Raducanu, these young guns.
Yes, yeah, completely. And he won the British Tour Masters a couple of days ago.
That was a great serve.
It was. We've lost Evo.
Yeah. Come back into the screen, Evo. We need to see you.
That's it. He vanished for a moment there. Great shot. Oh no, just wide. Oh no, 30 love it says. I'll get there. No, it was called wide, 15 all.
We talk about how Choinsky can't think about Dan Evans' ranking, but that's also the same for Dan Evans as well. He's just got to see Jan as just another player. It doesn't matter that there's several, 100 below each other.
Yes, definitely. I think one thing that's going to be really key for Jan for maintaining this, maintaining his serve is that percentage. So when he's putting the first serve in, he's winning, a fair few of his points. He's able to take control. But on the second serve, I'm seeing Evo on or inside the baseline a lot of time and already taking that time away.
We are having a couple of technical difficulties this morning with the sound. It's something that we're working to resolve as quickly as possible, but do bear with us. But you're also watching some great tennis as well. Yaz and I will keep you company as much as we possibly can. And why did Dan raise his hands up into the air, Jan?
Because I think he felt that that was definitely not the right shot for the right time. Break game point to Jan going for a drop shot there from behind the baseline. Someone's actually just mentioned my little one, Florence, firstly onto the LTA youth programme. Unfortunately, she can't hold her head up yet, so it might be a few years yet.
Do you know what I can see happening? I can see happening your Florence probably playing Olympia.
Oh my gosh.
Can
wow.
you imagine?
Wouldn't that be great?
In
Wouldn't that be
20
great?
years' time.
Yeah. That would be great. I've told her that Uncle Jay will have to coach her because I don't want to be the bad guy.
Oh.
I'm just going to be mummy.
You're watching day 2 of the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis, Court 3, live on the LTA socials and the YouTube channel. It's Dan Evans, the British #1, taking on Jan Choinski. He is leading by 3-2 in the opening set. We've seen some fantastic matches, and you've got some corkers still to come the rest of the day and tomorrow as well. Keep letting us know which player you think has surprised you the most in 2020. Doesn't matter if they're on the tour, wherever. Give us the name and probably why as well, actually. And if you put it into the YouTube live chat, I'll give you a shout out as well. So which player has surprised you the most this 2020? Yaz has talked about Sophia Kenin, which I totally agree with as well. We've had some shout outs for Arthur Ferry, Jodie Burridge. Keep them coming.
Dan's incredibly strong on his serve at the minute. Jan really struggling to find a way into his service games. The percentage, I'd like to know what the percentage at the end of this set hopefully, but very, very high, and especially the first serve win percentage.
Go. Dan Evans now leads by 4-2 in the first set here at the Battle of the Brits.
Someone just mentioning Swiatek as well, who won the French Open. Absolutely, thoroughly agree with that. Again, very understated. I remember watching her at a European event, under-16 European event, 4 or 5 years ago, and she was number 3 on the team. She actually wasn't even playing, but very, very good player, very diverse. Quite similar to sort of a Dan Evans, the female, sort of a little bit different, using the slice and drop shots, able to change pace, change direction. So no, great shout there.
I still can't believe how well she played against Simona Halep at the French Open. I think it just blew everybody away.
absolutely. Someone's also mentioned Azarenka, you know, a few injury issues, few other sort of issues off court, but is able to come back and actually produce some of probably her best tennis this year.
She's been amazing this year. Amazing.
And of course, yeah, British #1 Jo Konta. Great to see her back to some fantastic and winning form. Evo getting a little frustrated there.
Why is he getting frustrated?
Well, to be honest, I can't actually remember seeing him ever miss a slice either. So, yeah, it's he's missed a fair few now. Getting a little bit cheesed off. He senses that Jan is probably a dangerous opponent and he needs to be on it.
I guess the question is for Jan though, can he maintain this level?
And can he take advantage of those mistakes? But there's a fine balance, I think, with getting frustrated. You want to get frustrated and use it to help you focus and concentrate, and actually to not detract sometimes from the tennis, and actually end up giving them even more of an in.
I'm all for showing emotions on court, but I do worry about the poker face style as well.
Yeah. Some great points here, you know.
A great rally, wasn't
I think
it?
Evo felt that ball, that slice down the line was wide. Difficult for the umpire to call.
So I don't want players to be robots. I want them to show what
Definitely,
they're feeling.
yeah.
And Dan Evans can do that very well.
Yeah, few more really good shouts out here. There's Diego Schwartzman, great story as well. He is the pocket rocket. He is, yeah, he's brilliant. Dominic Thiem, the first in, I think it was a crazy amount of slams that the top four have won between them.
Yes.
And been a part of. So actually to see him be victorious, that was really important as well. Some more mentions for Jodie Burridge. I think she's done fantastically well this year, and she's got the ability to go on tour as well.
I think we've got to throw Dan Evans in the mix as well for his year.
He is just, absolutely.
Top 10 wins.
Those first 3 months, he was all over it. I think if he'd continued this year, he for sure would have broken the top 20, for sure. And I think he would have had maybe another very good run at a Grand Slam. A few years ago, he had that match against Stan. So if anyone remembers it, that smash, I'm sure he will. He had a brilliant match against Stan. Match points, US Open.
Yeah.
Smash, third round, I want to say. Could have been potentially the fourth round. And Stan obviously went on to win that title, win that event, and hold the trophy.
Keep sharing your thoughts about which players has surprised you this tennis season in 2020. Thanks for sharing so many names already, as Yaz has been reading out. Great hearing your thoughts. Keep them coming, because I suspect this match is going to run for some time.
It is, yeah.
And we'll give you a shout out as well. So which player or players has surprised you the most in 2020? And if you'd love to say why as well, that would be great.
First of all, Don't think Dan's actually got a coach at the moment. He was working with Mark Hilton for a long while.
I was going to ask you about that because I know that Hilton has gone on to do other things now,
Yes.
and I did wonder if Dan had secured the services of another coach. He's got a bit of time though before.
He has. Yeah, I don't think I think he was looking at a potentially an Australian coach. Not 100. I think his name is Chris Johnson, but not 100% sure. But obviously, COVID's kind of put a bit of a stumbling block there. First opportunity Jan's had in this game, see if he's able to make the most of it. Yeah, Dan's working with his fitness trainer, I think it's Kieran Vorster. He's also got his manager, I think was here, Nathan Rooney as well.
He needs to do more of that.
Yes, definitely.
More first serves of that quality.
But can Jan make the most of it? This is the best he's got in one of Dan's service games so far. You know, he needs to be ready here for this return. Make him play.
He must have heard me.
Yeah, he did. That's it. Doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah. Quality first serve. And you know I love my serves.
And this is it with tennis. You know, you can have that sense of 15-30, but you know, with the great servers and with the better players, they're able to just snatch that back from you anyway. Wow, changing direction there.
And you can tell again from that reaction, Dan Evans' thoughts on that particular game. No need to describe it or discuss it. I think it's, you know, it's there. Evans leads 5-3 in the first set at the Battle of the Brits Day 2 here on Court 3.
Some great shouts on
I
here
can
as
see
well.
on the chat.
I'm looking and I'm thinking, wow, these guys really know the tennis. Of course they do. No, Yannick Sinner, fantastic. Another Italian player working with Piatti, potentially a fantastic Grand Slam winner in future. And of course Nadal, you know, 20 Grand Slams. It's not bad, is it?
Man's a machine.
I think he's got 3 more French Opens in him as well.
Him and Djokovic for sure, they're proper machines. I'm interested to see what Federer will bring.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he plays the Australian Open, there's a question mark at the moment on that.
Someone's also mentioned Nick as well. I think, yeah, actually, Nick has opened himself up to some real sort of mature conversations. I think he's a huge talent,
And he knows it as well.
Yeah, I think that's half the problem at sometimes, but I hope that somebody he respects can get a hold of him and really get the best out of him one day.
That's a shout out for Andy Murray, I think. It's going to be interesting, I think, for those players who haven't been able to compete as much as they'd like to this year because of coronavirus, like Ash Barty, like Nick Kyrgios, how they're going to, how they will fare in the warm up matches in Australia and then the Australian Open themselves, because there's going to be an uneven balance, isn't there? Yes.
There is definitely. Someone mentioning Mazzetti as well, also training with Yannick Sinner, coached by Piatti. Very, very good setup they've got.
Yeah. Ugo Humbert.
Humbert, yeah.
Yeah, he's been a revelation.
I watched him as a junior. He's the same age as Jay, and again there was another boy, Geoffrey Blancaneau, who was sort of higher ranked than him. But he really has come into his own.
I get the sense both these players are working extremely hard in this first set.
Yes, absolutely. I think Dan's working a lot harder than he possibly thought he was going to have to.
Yep.
But Choicy's putting on a great performance so far. One of the players maybe that you haven't heard of yet, Carlos Alcaraz. He is 17 years old. He works with Juan Carlos Ferrero down in Alicante in Spain. He is a huge talent. He's won I think 3 challenges since the tour opened back up, which is the below, just the ranking below the ATP tour, but a huge talent, and I'm sure you'll be hearing a lot more about him next year. He's ranked 141 at the minute, but I think he will be breaking the top 100 in the next 6 months and going a lot further than that.
What was his name again?
Carlos Alcaraz.
Carlos Alcaraz. You heard it here first, ladies and gents. Prediction for 2021.
Yep, absolutely. So, do we think Jan can get the break here?
The British number 1 will come out to serve for this opening set of the Battle of the Brits, day 2 on court 3. It's been a close encounter. I wouldn't say close encounter, but it hasn't necessarily gone to script. I think that Dan Evans has thought, but he's been fighting for every point. But Choinsky's been staying in the games as well.
He knows he's got to make that. He's frustrated there. It's one of the only returns he's really managed to get a hold on of the first serve there, but couldn't quite put it into play.
Oh, well played.
That was beautiful.
Yes.
That is right there. That is threading the needle. That's when you've got one spot to hit.
Yeah,
and you hit it.
Yeah, break it down for us, yes.
That's just hitting the outside of the ball there, nice and soft. Picked his spot and was able to make that pass. And mixing in that. I'm surprised we actually haven't seen more of that from Dan. But I guess he's been so successful with the first serves that maybe not necessarily they've actually been coming back a lot of the time. That beautiful footwork to get in there. Look at this. Fantastic.
Oh.
Great pass. Touche.
Yeah.
Touche.
It's like, I'm not ready to leave this set just
No,
yet,
absolutely.
says Jan Choinsky. Evans still does have match point, though, for the opening set.
That was a
Cross court,
great
yeah.
pick up off that, Great pick up of the first one. Look at that, able to hold his position very low. Oh, second double fault. Here we go. Jan will be sensing an opportunity here, even if it is a very, very small one.
I'm sensing some
Ooh, another double
frustration
fault.
from
Yeah,
Dan Evans
definitely,
here.
definitely. There was a little bit of movement up on the balcony. There's quite a few there's quite a few players that are now spectators as well. Everyone's getting interested in this match. Dan needs to keep a lid on it just for a couple more points here. Oh wow. I mean, that's the two-shot pass there from Jan, using that backhand line to set up that shorter ball.
And it does mean that Choinski does have break point here.
I mean, two shots from full stretch, and then able to move up and finish that forehand. But look at that athleticism. Look how low he stays. Very compact with those swings.
Takes
First
a
break
breath
point.
before each shot.
Exactly. Exhaling as he hits the ball. First break point.
And Choinski
Wow,
does get the break,
gets the
and
break
rightly
back.
so. He pumps his fist there. Dan Evans did have match point in that first set, but we are now back on serve here at the Battle of the Brits. Oh, I'm giving up writing scripts for tennis because it just changes so much.
That's what we love about the sport, I think.
Yep.
You just cannot write it. I think, Choinski sensed that Evo may be getting a little anxious there and was able to take full advantage of it. Couple of opportunities, couple of passes, perfectly executed. This is where everyone needs to press reset, regroup, go back to what was working.
I was waiting for the reset word. Yeah,
Absolutely, that's it. Maybe just lost a little bit of focus. I can see him watching the other court now. Cheap.
that's what Dan Evans needs, though, just to pump himself up a little bit more.
Yeah. It's a fine balance, though. I think when you almost get overly anxious, and then there's that big lull afterwards. So it's finding the balance between being intense, but maybe outwardly a little bit calmer. I know someone's mentioning Coco Gauff, obviously a huge talent and still only 16 years of age.
Someone mentioned actually Dan to reach the top 30 next year. He just needs solid results to increase his ranking.
Yeah, I think that's a given.
Yeah.
I think he's got a Grand Slam quarter-final in him. If he can get a decent draw at Wimbledon, I think he's very, very hard to beat on the grass.
And he has break point here in the opening set against Jan Choinski. And there he has it. Dan Evans does get the break back after losing it in the previous game. He now leads the first set by 6 games to 5. He will come out to serve the set, but I tell you something, this match could turn again. I think it has I think it has that here, definitely for sure.
So Jan there, he'll be disappointed with that. We always talk about this, a break is not a break until you hold. So he managed to break back, but then was immediately pegged straight back, 4 points in a row there. Few very cheap errors, you know, was able to play in some fantastic passing shots at that 5-4 game and then just let it slip away in his own service game. Maybe relaxed a little bit too much.
James Jones says, would love to see Jack Sock rekindle his previous form. I think he got married the other day. I'm sure I saw that on social media.
Wow.
Such an exciting player to watch. He did have that fantastic doubles partnership for a while, didn't he, Jack Sock?
He did indeed, yeah.
You know, reaching the finals in Paris as well. Yeah, fingers crossed for him that
he started off so strong. I remember watching him at when he was a college player at the US Open, and he was only I think he was looking at going to college. He was 18 years old. And he just broke onto the scene. He has got a huge game. But again, I think it's whether the desire and the drive are there to get back to where he once was.
Here we go then. The British number 1. Serving for the first set.
The right shot just couldn't quite get it to drop in time. Super serve there. Needed that.
Great first serve again, just one more.
And that's tough. Jan's been so solid off that backhand. So solid off that backhand, and then 2 missed returns from 15 all. 3 missed returns from love 15, in fact. He'll be disappointed with that.
Set point.
Great backhand line. This is where you start to get a little bit of heebie-jeebies. You've had 4 set points. You know you need to close it on this one. Nobody wants juice.
And there he goes,
There it
the
is.
British #1, Dan Evans. Evo, he gets it done. 7 games to 5. Day 2 of Battle of the Brits, Premier League of tennis. But you have to say, Jan Chonsky,
He's been a great
he's been great.
performance.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, you know, he's made Evo raise his level at each stage of the match. Was able to get a break back there. Just relaxed, if I'm honest. I think he just went, finally. Managed to get back into this match, and then before he knew it, lost 4 points in a row to get broke again. But we'll be interested to see what he brings to the second set. I think he's doing really, really well. He's managed to stay with there. He managed to actually frustrate him in some aspects. So the second serve points one for both, you can see those is quite low, especially for Dan. You know, 27% there. That's incredibly low. But the first serve points won 80%, and the first serve percentage at 70%. So actually, he's not too worried about those second serve points.
Yes.
He's not playing many of them, so he doesn't really care, to be honest. But the big difference there is those first serves in and first serve points won. I think Jan sometimes going a little bit too flat with the T serve. Dan's dropping back with his court position. He can actually do with using that wide serve just to create that little bit more angle, create the opening to be able to come forwards. I'd like to see him at the net a little bit, but also I can see with those couple of passing shots that he made, he might make Evo think twice about coming forwards as well. So, yeah, all to play for in set 2.
And I think I'm going to pick up your point about making Evo think twice. I think Jan Chonsky has done that in a few of the games, and as you see, sometimes a little bit of frustration comes through from Dan, but that's what Dan is. He's very much a player who plays with his heart on his sleeve. If he's feeling something, he will tell you.
Yes, definitely.
And he definitely, even though it was slightly tricky serving it out, he got the job done in the end, and we're into the second set now. Do keep letting us know which player has surprised you the most in 2020 in the YouTube live chat. We'll give you a shout out as well. Chonsky to serve for the second set.
Christine actually mentioned Fran Jones. I haven't seen Fran this year, unfortunately, but she is one of my absolute favourite players. Her work ethic and sort of her dedication and the way she approaches her tennis, I think is fantastic to see. And yes, I truly believe she's going to be a great player in years to come. I think she was training in Spain. I'm not sure if she still is full time. I think she does some stuff at the NTC as well. And she's on the PSP program.
Just very briefly, can you explain what the PSP program is?
That's the Pro Scholarship Scheme that supports junior players from 16 to 24 in their ambitions of making to the top 100. So it's a funding pot of around 80,000, so it's a huge amount of support. It's not necessarily all given in sort of cash. It can be given in benefits in kind as well. But to get on with this program, it's very, very rigorous. It's there's a lot of sort of scientific and strategic planning that goes in from a whole sort of range of support from the LTA to help players achieve and be on track to make the top 100 by the time they are 24.
Ooh. That's my Gary Neville. Ooh.
I don't think he was there anyway,
Yeah.
regardless of the net cord, but tough.
In that first set was an hour, yes. It felt a lot longer than an hour.
Yes, yeah. And this is it with these sets, you know. But what sometimes you'll see in the scores here, it's 7-5, 6-1. You know, sometimes people can be a little bit deflated after investing so much in the set and then not getting the dividends. But that's why it's a new set, new start. It's a great first serve.
Yeah.
Great first serve. And one thing Jan started to do is mix in that wide serve and then using that tee to better effect.
Now it's Jan's turn
It
to
is.
something in German.
He's getting frustrated now. To be honest, with a bit of a strange shot choice there. I mean, if I was him, I wouldn't get dragged into too many slice battles with Evo. I think there's only one real winner there. There's that forehand approach again. Adding that time pressure by coming to the net, making Jan miss that pass.
And Evans has break point in this opening game of the second set.
Big come on from Dan there.
And he knew it even before the ball even landed in the court.
Yeah.
He knew it, didn't he, Dan Evans? And he gets the break. He leads by 1 game to love in the second set. He also won the first set by 7 games to 5 in just over an hour or so.
And this is it with tennis. When you're a player, you know, you can sense those moments of when, you know, you've got to be a shark essentially. Of when do I need to really, you know, turn the screw here? You know, he could sense, even at 40-30, he heard that frustration from Jan after he'd missed that slice, and he thought, right, now is the moment that I really need to focus, and I need to get this is an opportunity for me, and I've got to take advantage of it. And he was able to take full advantage there and get that break. But a break is not a break until you hold. So down to Dan now.
I think you should get a T-shirt saying that.
A break is not a break until you hold. It's not even my saying.
Get a copyright.
I've stolen it.
Oh, have you stolen it?
I've completely stolen it. I'm nowhere near that good to make that up.
Jan needs to be a little bit careful here, doesn't he? Because this could get away from him pretty quickly.
And that's what I was talking about, those
Yeah.
7-5, 6-1, 6-2 results. Nice. Yeah, that first set was very physically and mentally demanding. So it's really, really important that he resets. Goes after it here.
Both giving each other that kind of like, come on, let's go. Both sensing how much effort they need to get these games over the line.
Yes, definitely. That's why we call it hit and hope. We all know. Sometimes they go in. Sometimes they go in, but sometimes it's a hit and hope, that one.
I think Andy Murray is the best at that.
I tell you what, he hit one yesterday.
Yes.
You must have seen it on the social media. That was an absolute corker.
There we have it. Dan Evans able to back up the early break in the second set. He now leads by 2 games to love in the second set. He won the first set by 7 games to 5 in just under an hour or so. But as Yaz has been saying, that first set, that score, doesn't tell the true story of what happened.
Yeah,
at
it was,
all.
it was very, very close. It was very,
Proper
very
duel.
physical.
Yep.
Very physical. But to be honest, I'm surprised Evo got broken. It was just a little bit of a lapse in concentration, I think. Big game coming up for Jan here. I like the way Evo there varying the play with that deep slice and then bringing Yang forwards. Short slice. Looking very focused now. Ah! That's all you can say about that.
Yeah.
That's it. And
Reset.
You can't. Well,
Yeah.
it's reset, but you don't want to be giving points like that to Evo. You know. Oh, that is beautiful. And one thing I've actually noticed in this second set is Evo's actually using that slice to great effect. He's actually bringing Jan in. He knows he's not that comfortable at the net here, and is just able to. I mean, passing has always been one of Evo's strengths anyway. But that was particularly lovely, wasn't it? That was a great shot.
Choiski's a tall bloke.
Yeah, he's not sure, is he? 6'5"?
Yeah. Evans with the break point here to take a 3-game love lead.
Still frustrated there. Still frustrated. I'm not sure I'd be showing it, to be honest. You don't want to give Jan anything to build him back up, because he's probably feeling a little downbeaten at the minute.
Oh, well
That
played.
is a fantastic shot.
Well played.
2
Jan.
meters behind the baseline, and powerful change of direction there from Jan. Not a lot Evo could do. Fantastic shot. It's one thing I'd like to see, one thing I've noticed about a lot of the players that are more successful is generally they're the ones changing direction earlier in the rallies.
There he gets the break, Dan Evans. You can tell his reaction. He wanted to get it done. 3 games to love in the second set. Choinsky had opportunities there, yes.
They're all puffing.
Yep.
Oh, they are. Everyone is breathing very, very heavy right now. But again, one thing from Dan using that short slice cross to set up. He then jumped round and was able to attack with 2 really, really big forehands.
Oh, you can tell. Look at. He's puffed.
He is. That's brilliant. But you know what? It's great to see that Jan's really put on a fantastic display here. It's actually pushed Dan.
Yes.
You know, Dan's at such a high level that it's difficult to find players to actually make him work. But these are the type of players that we have down here at the National Tennis Centre, and that are able to really be great practice partners, and also play those practice sets with.
Great to see you guys enjoying our live streaming of the Battle of the Brits, Premier League of Tennis at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. There's been some fantastic matches Following the result of this one, you'll be able to watch Emma Raducanu, who Yaz and I watched yesterday, against Katie Dunn. And then Cam Norrie will be on later this afternoon against a certain young Mr. Draper.
Yeah, I think there's some really, really exciting matches coming up.
Absolutely. But this one is not done yet.
No, let's not get ahead of ourselves. we know what it's all about.
Dan Evans with the double break in the second set. 3 games to love. That's not what you need, Dan, is it?
It's a commentator's curse, isn't it?
Yeah.
We said he was doing ever so well, and that's it.
I gave you massive build up there. That's all right, though. This is a great match. The minute he hit that, I did think.
Yeah, it was a bit of a strange shot choice.
Why is it a strange shot? Why?
Because I think he was so far on top of the rally, and Dan's really good at that compound pressure, that that drip effect with his shots. Didn't really need to go for that, but setting 3-love up, why not?
Well played.
Very nice. That's a classic Dan Evans there. Big serve, lovely forehand approach from that baseline, and that's not an easy shot at all, but just created that opening and then all over the net, not letting that volley drop at all. Oh, it's a beautiful shot.
Break it down for us, Yaz.
Again, to be fair, Dan was all over it there with his forehand, looking for every forehand he can. But this is what I was on about when I was saying that when Dan comes forward, Choinsky actually loves a target. So that's why he'd actually stopped coming forwards and was almost deciding to bring him forwards. Maybe because he's a set and 3-love up, he actually wants to work a little bit on his own game, because I think that's generally what people like to do. And he's decided to go back to that, but Choinsky does like a target, and that was a fantastic pass.
And has break point.
That's lovely. One thing that we were all talking about yesterday is that semi-open stance with Dan. If you look, his footwork is so good that actually, no matter where that ball lands, he's able to get that semi-open stance, which means his body weight is always driving into the court. He's able to get his racket speed sort of super quick. It's all down to that fantastic footwork and that great position, early setting. Even there on that third ball, Dan was actually moving backwards, but was still able to get that semi-open stance and be effective with this forehand. If you just watch here, he's moving backwards, semi-open, rotates, and then closes that net down beautifully.
And the way he rotates in the air as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a real skill.
It's incredibly athletic. I know he's worked hard on that the last couple of years.
And he manages to save a couple of break points as well in this game. I feel like this is an important game.
It is.
For both players.
He doesn't want to be giving any lifelines to Jan.
That's an oops moment, right?
It is, but the serve's so good, it's coming so quick, it happens invariably quite often, to be honest. But this is where Dan will want to close that door. You know, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile for sure. Another very, very strong serve. And 4-love. There it is.
There it is. Saves the break points he needs to, Dan Evans, and he's now leading the second set by 4 games to love. Do let us know which player has surprised you the most this year in the tennis year of 2020. Let's get a few more in before the conclusion of this match. Hope you're enjoying our coverage so far on the LTA YouTube channel. Enjoying reading your comments in the top chat as well. Keep them coming. Let us know who your players, which one has surprised you the most. We've had quite a few names already, haven't we, Yaz?
Yeah, who surprised you the most then?
Oh, I'm going to say Yannick Sinner.
Okay, yeah, he's pretty special.
hell.
I watched him at the US Open last year, and his ball strike is it's phenomenal. I think he could be a Grand Slam champion in the next 10 years.
100% agree with that. Meanwhile, back in British tennis.
There we go. Look at that. Great return. Even from such a long way back there, that's that ball where you've gone with he's gone for a neutral return, but it's actually ended up being a counter punch. It's landed so deep. I think he thinks that was the wrong shot. He looks back to his box there to Ben Harron and was, yeah, he wasn't too sure about it.
What's Dan Evans' strategy now, given that he's 4-love up?
To probably maintain his concentration, but also work on his own game, some of his own skills. Definitely seeing some more net coverage there, and there it is, the 1-2.
He's brilliant at the net. He's one of the few players who can actually create such a great shot.
But I think it's more than being brilliant at the net. His transition is what's so good. So some people, once they're at the net, they're very good, but actually getting there is a skill in itself, and it's one thing that Dan is exceptionally good at. Look at that, just made it super awkward. And that's your job. When you're in trouble, if you can't hit it past them, make them play or make it awkward.
And Evans has double break point here for the British number 1.
That was another hit and hope there.
Why did Dan Evans come in a bit closer in the court for that serve?
For that on the return, the one thing that he likes to do is he likes to take away time. So we were talking before about the 3 ways that you can attack. You can attack by adding power, being precise, or actually taking that a little bit early, or a combination of all 3. Dan really likes to take away time with that slice on the backhand.
Oh, you got to feel for Dan there.
Yeah, absolutely. He really isn't going away. I know he's down 4-love advantage, break point, but you know he really is grafting. Yeah, the second set has it looks like it's been all one-way traffic, but you know, he's putting in some big points. He's just not getting the dividends that he wants.
As we said, Dan Evans has break point, but you can see there he's being pushed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
And there
right,
it is.
Dan. You do get it. You do get the break. You now have a 5-game love lead in the second set here at the British Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. He took the first set by 7 games to 5. He leads here by 5 games to love in the second set. The British number 1 takes a well-earned sip of water.
Yeah, I mean, this second set's been 23 minutes, and this is what we were talking about. When I said there could be a 7-5, 6-1, or this is what happens, you can't let it get away from you. And whilst I do think that Jan reset, that first game when Jan had game point, missed it, got frustrated, he gave Dan that inclination that, okay, maybe now is my time to break. And Dan hasn't looked back, let's be honest. He's been pretty spectacular since.
Dorothy H on the YouTube live chat has says Joe Salisbury.
Oh, how could
we
Joe,
yes.
how could I forget Joe? He has been that Australian Open win was fantastic, and I think, you know, Joe's been a college player. He was a college player a few years ago. He's been playing on the tour a couple of years now, but he really has established himself as one of the best doubles players in the world now. He really is amongst the very, very best.
Just wide, Dan Onsor, I think. Looked just wide to me.
This is where, you know, the competitiveness comes in. Guys, 7-5-5 love up will not give you an inch. He wants that point as well. But it was close.
Yeah, very close.
Very, very close. But look at that speed up to the ball.
And it's important, I guess, even though Dan is serving for the match, he doesn't rush himself here because he knows that Jan Choisley can come back.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. He's not giving up, that's for sure. I don't know about you guys, but I'm really hoping this becomes just a normal fixture in the calendar
No,
for
I'm
British
with you on
players.
that one, yes, I'm with you.
I think this is, you know, especially the summer battle of the Brits. I'd love to see that as a warm-up event for Wimbledon. Hint, hint, Jamie.
Maybe Judy's listening as well.
Yeah,
She can
fingers
give him a little
crossed.
prod for us. But it's a great point, and it's just brought the tennis community together, I felt, with the Battle of the Brits.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's so much individualism in tennis, and actually to be in a group environment, playing some great tennis, getting great matches, and creating this type of scene can only be a good thing for British tennis.
He's just finding a space in the calendar.
Oh yes, oh yes.
But that was beautiful, by the way, Dan. Thanks for that.
That was, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Dan
Signature
Evans,
Dan.
yeah, match point here at the Battle of the Brits for the British number 1. There he has it. Congratulations, Dan Evans. Wins in straight sets here at the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. The British number 1 wins it in straight sets.
Yeah, it wasn't a one-way traffic though, was it?
No.
You know, Jan gave him a run for his money in that first set, but from actually getting that break at 5-4. He didn't win another game, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Ran away from him. But some signature Dan Evans there. I mean, looking at Dan, he's got to be feeling confident going into 2021. He's playing some pretty amazing stuff. You know, getting his game out on court a lot and actually letting other people worry about him. He's got so much sort of versatility across his game. He's able to attack, defend, and really change up the speed of the play to be more effective for him.
What stats grab you from here?
Oh, I mean, look at that first serve percentage, points won. The percentage, 69%. I think average on tour is around 64 to 65, so he's above average on there. And the 81% points won is pretty staggering when you've got that percentage of first serve points in. Second serve points won, won't worry too much about that because he's not playing too many. But for Jan, there's some really positive stats as well on the first serve percentage going in, but actually the first serve points won maybe indicates that he didn't do enough with the variability to actually keep Dan honest. By the end, it was almost a case of first ball cross with that first serve, and for somebody who's 6'5", he needs to be putting down some serves that are getting him some free points.
Absolutely, and just one of the comments here actually from Matthew Klitzans talking about Evo. He said this is a solid performance from Evo, but you feel he's still got so many more gears in the bag. It does highlight the massive gulf of talent in British tennis at the moment. Do you agree with that?
I don't know if there's a massive gulf in talent and such. I think Evo is, don't get me wrong, he's standalone, but he's standalone at the minute being 30 in the world, but there's only 30 players that can be that high, across the whole world. So actually seeing someone like Jan being able to compete with Evo for a set, I think is a good sign. He's 300 in the world, 347 in the world. I'm sure he will be wanting to break inside that top 200 barrier next year, and I think it's very, very possible looking at the tennis that he's putting on. Yes, I think we're getting there. We're making strides in the right direction, but obviously there's still a lot of work to do. But I do think there are some good players coming through, especially on the women's side. I think there's some great depth, but the men, they've got to keep grafting.
Yeah, just a couple of quick shout outs for people that have surprised you this tennis season. Jodie Burridge is getting another shout out. Alex de Minaur is another one as well.
Yeah, I think Evo actually had a win over him at the beginning of this year, if I remember rightly.
Podorowska is another one. Travisian is another one. So thank you so much for sharing this with which players you think have surprised you the most. Keep watching the coverage on the YouTube channel and on Facebook of the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. Next up on court 3 is Emma Raducanu and Katie Dunn. Yes, thank you so much for your
thank
commentary.
You for having
this
me.
Has been fun.
Absolutely, we should definitely do this again.
100%. Enjoy the rest of the coverage, ladies and gents, and Merry Christmas to you all.
welcome back to the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. I'm Nick Lester alongside Welcome back to the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis here at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. And we are one match down, 3 to go here on court number 3. And we're looking forward to seeing Katie Dunn against Emma Raducanu. I'm Nick Lester alongside Anna Smith. Anna, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you very much. Good to be here, and some good tennis so far already. And one to look forward to. Emma Raducanu, just fill us in. We've seen a fair bit of her obviously already this year. What's she been doing over the last couple of months or so?
I do believe she's been having a bit of a training block. I think she's one of our very promising up-and-coming juniors. And I think all the British tennis fans are excited to see her progress. So just getting in that hard work in pre-season before the new season kicks off.
You've been here obviously a fair bit, I know, over the last sort of 6 to 8 weeks. Fair few players here obviously training and getting as much sort of practice in, physical work, tennis-wise as well. Yeah,
absolutely. It's been great to see. I think it's been quite nice to see that camaraderie between players, you know, that don't always necessarily get to practice with each other a lot, so that's been really nice to see, and I've been seeing them working very hard in the gym, so seeing how it's paying off on the match court now.
What stands out in Emma's game? Tell us what she does well.
A lot of things. I think first and foremost, you look at her physicality, the strength and power she brings to the court, the athleticism as well. I think she saw that at the Battle of the Brits as well. I'm sure that was the first time many fans got to see her play. She hits a big ball as well, and covers the court incredibly well. So I think you look out for those big ground strokes and great court coverage.
Hasn't competed a whole lot outside of this country for various reasons, but certainly thought of very highly. Playing today against Katie Dunn, who is 25 years of age, ranked 322 in the world is Katie, but has been a little higher than that. Was just outside the top 200 a couple of years ago. In fact, reached a career high 212. That was in the spring of 2018. Give us an idea of what Katie's been doing over the last few weeks and where she's at career-wise.
I think she's been injured, I have to say. I think for a lot of this year she's been struggling with injuries and trying to come back and find fitness, trying to just get on those match courts and get rid of those niggles that she's had. I know she's been putting in a lot of hard work. I've spent a little bit of time with her in the gym whilst I've been doing my rehab as well, and she's been working hard and she's looking in good shape.
I guess one element to it, Anna, as well, is that there hasn't actually been a whole lot of competition, has there, at the ITF level? I know there've been more put on in the last couple of months, but it has been tough for players kind of ranked sort of 200 down to actually find a competition to go and play.
It really has. I think a lot of them have tried to use this as an extended pre-season to work on things, get physically stronger and fitter. So I think a lot of the girls, as you can see with Emma, has been putting a lot of work in the gym and trying to make the most out of what is not necessarily an ideal situation. So hopefully they've used it to their benefit, and I'm sure that will stand them in good stead for 2021.
Yeah, not been easy, but the LTA have obviously done a fantastic job here in terms of opening the doors. It has become, as Anna was saying, very much a base for so many of the British players. They're almost kind of in their own bubble here, aren't they, to an extent? So many of them have kind of spent the last 6 to 7 weeks here training, feeding off each other, and that should be, in theory, a very good environment in which to kind of improve and kind of, as I say, feed off one another.
It's been really nice to see, to be fair. You know, the courts have been so busy from 8 o'clock in the morning to sort of 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Every single court's been in use. Everyone's playing with everyone, and the atmosphere has been really, really good. So I think that can only improve each and every single one of them.
In terms of the matchup here, what are you expecting overall? I'm assuming that Emma probably slight favourite?
Yeah, I would probably agree with that. I think Emma probably has a little bit of a bigger game than potentially Katie does. Katie's a very good mover and very solid. You'd probably say she's a little bit more of a counter puncher, whereas Emma really looks to try and take charge, especially with that forehand. So I'd be expecting to see Emma trying to get on that front foot from the first point, and Katie seeing what she can do to try and disrupt her rhythm.
We will keep you up to date with what's happening on court number 1 as well, where James Ward, who's another player who's been here over the last couple of months or so, is playing Liam Brody. You can just see to the left of his shot there. And we've got Jack Draper and Cam Norrie. They're both warming up, as is Jodie Burridge as well, who will be in action later on today. But Katie Dunn given the call here, as Anna was saying, having struggled with some injury problems this year. An event that's been put on by Jamie Murray and Mary Greenham once again, the third instalment, if you like, of the Battle of the Brits. Certainly seems to have brought the players together a fair bit over the last 6 to 8 months or so, as they perhaps look towards what they can and can't play in 2021, which, as we know, still frustratingly remains somewhat up in the air. So Emma Raducanu will get this third match underway here. Yesterday did Emma over Eden Silver, 6-2-7-6. See any of that one?
I didn't actually see any of that, but I did get a little roundup from Anne-Marie Batson, and she said Emma was looking impressive. So I'm very intrigued to see what she's got today.
Of course, Emma spent some time also working with Mark Petchey over the summer. Mark's been here a little bit. I know he's been in touch as well in regards to the work he's done with Emma. It was Matt James, wasn't it? Was it Matt James that worked with Emma over the summer as well?
Absolutely.
That partnership no longer happening, but obviously putting in a fair bit of work as well. Still only 18 years of age. And Kiathavong's been keeping a close eye on her as well with regards to Fed Cup duties. Has been involved in a couple of Anne's squads over the last year or so. Fair to say that a slightly heavier ball that she hits is already in evidence, isn't it?
It really is. You can see that Katie is going to have to really do something to try and get Emma out of that zone on the baseline that she loves so much.
So a good start from Emma Raducanu. Has made a decent move up the rankings, but as we said, hasn't competed certainly on the ITF circuit since the start of the season. I think this was her last year in juniors, is that right as well?
I think so, yeah. I think it'll be interesting to see how she makes that transition. She's obviously got a good junior career behind her, but it's always a little bit trickier to replicate that in the WTA tour, but she's got all the weapons she possibly needs, so it's an exciting few years ahead of her.
Played very well in the summer here. We watched her play in the Battle of the Brits team tennis back in July. What were the injuries that Katie Dunn, you were alluding to them?
I think it might have been ankle or knee. I'm not sure, but it was one of those ones that sort of wasn't going away and was over a long period of time. So I think she took a bit of time to really just try and recover and gain that match fitness back. And I think she's in a good place now, from what I understand.
Coached by Richard Hawkes for quite a while with Katie Dunn. Richard, who was based at Gosling up in Welwyn Garden City for a long time. Coming across from the practice court next door.
And Katie will be a little bit frustrated. That was the one time so far in this match as they've actually had control of the point.
Mistakes. Raducanu with 3 early break points here. Is a wonderful shot from Emma Raducanu. He's made a good start here and has got the first break. What are some of the challenges, Anna? You alluded to it, of coming out of the juniors. You're a good junior and you go into the professional game. Give us an idea of what some of those challenges are.
I think sometimes you, in the juniors, you obviously get maybe a few easier matches, whereas when you progress onto the WTA Tour, you don't get one easy match. You have to fight for everything out there, and that's one of the struggles that I found, especially when I was making that transition.
Physicality an area as well, I guess, in terms of obviously you're generally facing players that are older, whereas in the juniors you're playing players your own age, and there is that element to it, I guess, as well.
Absolutely. I think you've got to find that right balance between knowing that you're still a young player and trying to figure out, you know, your game style, trying to keep progressing, keep getting stronger, develop your game. So it's finding that right balance between, you know, being excited about taking that next step, but realizing you're having to train and still grow and evolve your game. So finding the right balance between the matches and the practice court as well.
pressure. That cord certainly didn't help. Raducanu again just able to find a way to hit through her.
It's been such an impressive display of power hitting in these first 3 games. Katie Dunn is really struggling to find a way into the point and was on top every single point so far.
Forehand a little loose, so Raducanu continues to build on her impressive start out here. 18-year-old with a 3-love lead. Areas does she need to improve? Obviously, talked about her game. We've seen how solid she can be. Areas does she need to work on, Emma, do you feel, to continue to progress?
Yeah, I mean, obviously as she's shown in these first 3 games, I think everyone can see that she's such a great hitter from the baseline. I'd love to maybe see her just add a little bit more variety when plan A isn't quite going as well as she'd hoped. You know, maybe add in a bit of a slice or just look to come forward to that net, because she does so much damage, especially with that forehand. Maybe make life a little bit easier, coming forward, knocking off some of those volleys, but it's just, say, honing in on those strengths that she's got. That forehand is so good and she's got such a big first serve, so keep improving that, but just maybe a little bit of variety to help change it up a bit, change that rhythm.
I was talking to Mark Petchy a fair bit a few weeks ago, and he said that if there's one player he would kind of liken her game to, it would be someone like a Simona Halep, in terms of how he would like her to play kind of 3 or 4 years from now, if you like. He said that's the one player that he would sort of model, or look for her to model her game upon.
I think it's a good choice. Simona's obviously done pretty well, so she's able to mix in that pace. I think what Simona does really well, like Emma, she covers the court incredibly well, but she's able to change that rhythm as well, which is something I think that Emma can just add to her game.
Good enter last year. Raducanu won the $25,000 event in India, over in Pune. So he spent a fair bit of last year mixing juniors events in terms of with the ITFs. He's taking apart the second serve of Katie Dunn at the moment. It's nice though.
And Emma showing her court coverage, making it the hardest shot possible for Katie. Having to hit that little half volley angle. It's tough for her to win points. Katie Dunn, who made her Wimbledon debut a couple of years ago. I think it was on centre court, wasn't it? Ostapenko on centre court, do I remember that? I think,
I think you're
right. Yeah, I think you're right. I do remember watching that. I think she thoroughly enjoyed it from what I remember.
Why not? Ended up losing 3 and 5 to Ostapenko that day. Struggling with the ball toss, isn't she, a little bit?
Just looks like it's getting away from her a little bit, just a touch in front, so not able to get that spin. Not giving herself those margins, and I think it's also the pressure that Raducanu is putting on her. Already 2 clean winners on the backhand in this game alone, so definitely getting inside her head a little bit.
I can tell you that in court number 1, James Ward and Liam Brodie are going at it. They played here in the summer in the inaugural Battle of the Brits event. James Ward up 2-1 in the early stages of that one. Just a little opportunity here for Katie Dunn. A couple of characteristic mistakes. Katie actually played Heather Watson yesterday on day 1 of this event. It's been 3 and 2 by the British number 2. Another miss, but again, decent defence from Raducanu under pressure.
Better point from Katie though, rather than letting Emma dictate. She tried to take control and play a good point, but just Emma forces you to go for the lines when she moves so well. Feel that pressure.
Length again kept from Katie Dunn. So first couple of opportunities. Couple of double faults in the game. Emma Raducanu, as Katie Dunn gets herself on the board. She's not just had this facility as a training base, but we've also had a lot of British Tour, and I think last week was the British Tour Masters here, wasn't it?
I do believe so, and I think we are looking at the champion in your picture there. She beat Marnie Banks, another one of our up-and-coming juniors. So she's very high on confidence, had a lot of matches recently, and she's taken that forward into yesterday and today.
Yeah, the LTO doing a great job with the British Tours in terms of enhancing the prize money, obviously enhancing and increasing the number of tournaments available to players that have not been able to travel because of the pandemic. Richard Plews and his team, who work very hard behind the scenes to try and get these sorts of events on. Just giving players crucial opportunities to compete here at the National Tennis Centre. That's a great shot. Really good footwork to get behind the ball. I guess that's the temptation, isn't it, for a ball like that, when you know that potentially you're physically outgunned, just to try and take it on a little too early.
That's what Emma is good at. Her physical presence just makes you go for a little bit too much. Again, the same thing there. You can see Katie feels like she has to rush that shot because she knows that Emma's going to be covering the court, and all of a sudden she's throwing up some cheap errors that she probably normally wouldn't against any other player. And Emma's got the chance to break straight back again.
Didn't miss by much.
Seems to have really found her groove on that backhand return.
Frustration obvious from Katie Dunn's perspective. And she is broken once again. Based down in Kent is Emma Raducanu. Mum and Dad certainly, from what I'm told, have always been keen to put an emphasis on the educational side of things as well with Emma. She's a bright young lady, keen to ensure that she keeps her education going as much as possible. Certainly certainly feels to me as well these days that there are lots of players on the tour, I think probably more so, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, Anna, but females that do actually go onto the tour and are able to keep their education going, because let's face it, you know, there's only a certain amount of days, hours in a day you can practice, so you do actually have a fair bit of time if you're that way inclined to keep your education going.
Yeah, you really do, and I think it's quite a nice distraction as well. I think sometimes we can get all about the tennis. It's quite good to have an outlet to free your mind up and do something a little bit different, and like you said, there's only so many hours a day you can be doing tennis or in the gym, so to give yourself something else to focus on, and also life after tennis. You know, have a career after that as well.
Once again, overwhelming Katie Dunn from the back of the court. She has had just a little too much game in this opening set. Slightly ambitious, but it's been that sort of match, the pressure she's been under in order to try and take that on. And Emma Raducanu in control here, as she looks to make it 2 singles wins from 2. She is up a set, 6 games to 1. You've just handed me the table. You're just putting the pressure on me right now.
I am.
I
I've
mean,
landed
come
you
on.
right in it, Nick. Rather you than me trying to figure that out.
Exactly. I did actually write some notes to Hannah, which will surprise you, I know. But of course you do get 3 points for a win against a player ranked inside the top 250. This is how it works. 2 points for a win against the player ranked 251 to 600. And you get a point as well if you win a set but lose a match. That's how the formula is being calculated this week. These are the numbers. What are we seeing here? What's standing out for you?
I mean, you have to say that Emma's pretty much winning in every single stat here. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's the stats that really are the thing. You just look at what's happening in the rallies, and you know, Emma's getting that first strike in, and it's pretty much point over, where she's able to dominate. She's using that first serve to good effect, but as soon as she can just get a big strike, especially on that forehand, she's got Katie Dunn on a piece of string. I think Katie's going to have to really change tactics in the second set, otherwise I can't see how, unless Emma has a big drop off in that second set, I'm not really sure how Katie's going to turn it around.
Yeah, big ask. The second serve certainly one of the areas that she's been putting under a lot of pressure, that 12%. Obviously a concern, a few too many double faults maybe from Raducanu's perspective, but more of the same, I think, from Emma's point of view. Yeah, after day 1, just to clarify, Alicia Barnett having topped the ladies leaderboard. That's a long way to go, with 4 days of competition in all. Heather Watson in the background, just on the left there, just gone out a shot. There's Alex Ward, her coach. She's warming up. She's going to be out here in the 4th match of the day on court number 1. Reminder as well that if you do want to get in touch with us, you can. If you're watching on the YouTube, do drop us a line there. There's a column where you can get in touch, leave some comments for us. Nice ones only though. Prefer those ones, don't we, Anna?
I do. I'm not reading the horrible ones.
No, that's right. Just erase those. Only joking. So Katie Dunn with a lot of work ahead of her as she starts this 2nd set. Gives us a sense of the big picture, Anna, in terms of the female scene. Who else is there that's not here? Who are some of the younger players? I don't know how aware you are of some of the younger players coming through that sort of potentially might be players to look towards in a couple of years.
I think, you know, obviously Emma played against Marnie Banks last week. She's one of our up-and-coming juniors. We obviously haven't got players like Katie Swan here. She's not necessarily so young anymore. Bear in mind she's probably 21 still. We've got Katie Swan missing. You know, we've got a few promising youngsters.
Katie Bolter, what's the latest on Katie, who's had a rough year or so?
Yeah, she's had a bit of a tough time with injuries. I think she's been in Spain getting in some warmish weather training from what I've seen on Instagram, so hopefully she's back to full fitness and can start progressing up their rankings again, because I think we all remember the Fed Cup ties that she played, the Billie Jean King Cup. She was incredible, and we all want to see her get back to that and beyond, obviously.
There was a female-only event here in the summer, the Progress Tour Women's Championships, that Katie Bolter eventually won. Amelia Bissett, she was impressive as well. Enjoyed watching her, youngster.
I also enjoyed watching Jodie Burridge. I think she was really one of the standouts for me over the summer. I hadn't necessarily seen her play too much, but from what I saw, she's a force to be reckoned with, I think.
Jodie's had a lot of injuries to contend with in her career already. 3 different ankle surgeries. Kept her off court for quite some time. That was an important game, you felt, for Katie Dunn in the context of the match. She has to try and build her way into this one. Kyle Edmund in the background just made his way out here. Carl not involved in the men's event this week, but another player who's obviously spent the large majority of the last kind of 6 to 8 weeks here at the National Tennis Centre. Do we know what the ITF calendar circuit-wise looks like for the ladies next year? Is there much in place at the moment?
I was actually talking to Beth Gray on the balcony about it, seeing what they've actually got to start with. She was talking about starting off in Germany and Spain and Italy, I believe, are some of the ones she's looking for. I think she talked about even playing a 6-week swing in a row. I think people are so desperate to try and get out and play.
25s?
So yeah, a mixture of 25s and 15s, I think. Obviously with the COVID situation, I think tournaments are not necessarily going to be quite as strong in terms of prize money as they have been. I think she just spoke about just being keen to get out on tour and actually being able to play some consecutive weeks rather than it just being so stop-start like it has been this year.
A few problems. Again, they're just loosening off the shoulder. Not concerning. Did play a fair few matches, as Anna was saying last week here. Do enough with the return, did she? And she knew it.
You can see the difference. And then the second serve return compared to Katie, she's really looking to step in a little bit, whereas Katie was just waiting a fraction for it.
Certainly made amends there, though.
You can see it just took it much earlier and was a little bit more aggressive. Really got Emma out of her strike zone, and as soon as she does that, then she stands a chance in the rallies. She's got to start taking a few more risks, you feel.
Change the direction, but wasn't to be on that one. Katie Dunn with a look at a break point. Raducanu was walking.
It did look wide from up here, I have to say.
Was there the space up the line? Was it the right decision from there? That's the question.
I'm not sure if it was, to be honest. I think, you know, just get that ball in down the line with big margins, get yourself back into the point rather than going for that popcorn shot. Probably wasn't the high percentage play for her.
It sort of feels a little bit like Katie Dunn's kind of adjusted to the ball that's coming at her, doesn't it, after the opening set? Quite as rushed in terms of dealing with it.
A little bit. I think she's getting a little bit better depth on her shot, so Emma isn't necessarily able to attack us more. I think Katie's just changing the rhythm a little bit, just adding a little bit more spin, because Emma loves it when you give her a hard flat ball. She's able to just redirect it.
Second chance to break then here. Players looking to the chair. Call was Katie Dunn calling it deep. It has just missed, hasn't it?
It did look pretty close to me. I thought it might have just clipped the line, but the umpire confirmed she agreed with Katie's call. Another break point here.
She's got it. A little wayward from Emma Raducanu. Katie Dunn rewarded with the early break here in the second. He's played a couple of events in recent weeks as Katie. And a couple of 25s in Portugal in late September. Went through the qualies there. Wasn't far away, but should be happy with the way she's striking the ball at the moment. Bit of angle. Katie Dunn was struggling.
So tough to get yourself back into the point. If you can get them outside the doubles tram line, just open up the whole court, and Emma had a free space to hit into.
Perhaps not the worst idea. Raducanu certainly wasn't going to track it down, but the execution sadly just coming up short for Katie Dunn, as Raducanu breaks right back here at the start of the second set. It's so frustrating when you're able to get the break. You feel like you're building some momentum, and then all of a sudden switch back the other way.
Should be a little bit frustrated because she was doing the right things, and you felt that Emma had maybe just dropped off a little bit in intensity there, and this was really the chance to ham home that advantage, but just a couple of sloppy errors, and she let Emma Raducanu back in there, and against someone of her calibre you can't afford to do that.
The other women involved this week, Alicia Barnett, as I mentioned, who topped the group after day one, Naomi Brodie, Jodie Burridge, who's in action later on today against Heather Watson, Freya Christie, we saw a lot of Freya in the summer, Katie Dunn, obviously here, Beth Gray, who was a winner earlier on today, Francesca Jones, Eden Silva, and the British number 2, Heather Watson, who was playing in Dubai last week, wasn't she, I think, Heather?
She was indeed.
I think it was a little warmer than it was here, judging by what I saw on social media.
Yeah, me too. I was a little bit envious that, that she got a little bit of sunshine and we've not had any.
Yes, there I was putting my 6 layers on and checking my social media. Very envious.
And she was putting a factor 30 on.
Nice work if you can get it.
I know. We're in the wrong career, aren't we?
It was a very strong event in Dubai last week. $100,000 event. I think it was Sorana Castella that won it in the end, wasn't it?
I believe it was. I think Mladenovic played as well, Babosh as well. So yeah, probably one of the strongest $100,000 events you'll see on the tour.
felt good when she left the racket, but just a little wide. Again, having to soak up a lot of pressure. She really is starting to go after the second serve a lot more frequently here.
I think it's something that she has to do. She can't let Emma get that first strike in the rally, otherwise it's pretty much game over. Got to take a few more chances.
Just about made it, I think. Look up from Katie Dunn, but not getting any help from the chair.
Probably a little bit closer to the sideline than Emma had planned, but thankfully just clipped it.
The space quickly enough. Again, a sloppy mistake really from Raducanu.
Interesting that she chose to run around and hit a backhand off that. It's right down the middle of the court. Normally you'd expect her to look for that forehand.
There have been four tightly contested games to kick off this second set. Good read on that serve. It's yet another double fault from Emma Raducanu, who is having some issues with her serve in particular at this stage of the match. Katie Dunn restores the two-game advantage. was a decent set of wheels, wasn't it? Shown by Raducanu, and a good finish as well. You can see from a standing start effectively. Well, just seemed to be a little inconsistent, doesn't it, that ball toss?
Looks a little bit rushed. I think sometimes when she starts to feel that pressure, the ball toss goes up pretty quickly and can't quite control where it is, and it just goes a little bit too far in front. Just maybe got to stay a little bit calmer on it.
Squeal of anguish as the frustration continues to build for Katie Dunn, who is unable to build on her lead, it would seem. Successive points though, the 25-year-old. This would be a big game for her to get through if she can find a way through it. Very nice change up.
There's that variety that we were talking about. She's shown how well she hits it from the baseline, but can she mix it up, draw her opponent in? And she absolutely could with that short slice backhand.
Fourth chance to break in this game. Not to be. A couple of times the drop shot has been played just up a little shy and Emma Raducanu with a shake of the head, but I'm sure she'll be delighted as she breaks back for 3-2 here. What's happening in court number 1? I can tell you that James Ward is in good shape right now, up against Liam Brodie in the men's side of the event here. James, who I'm told actually got a little injury a couple of days ago, but is managing to feel a little better himself right now. He's going well. He's James. Leads by a set and 2-1 against Liam Brodie, who so impressively has had a really good autumn as Liam. Of course, qualified for the French Open back in September, early October. The first set in this match was fairly rapid. The second has been much tighter indeed. Just caught leaning back a little off that one. Certainly hasn't been able to find the level she produced in the opening set. Continuing to really be aggressive off the second serve, making life uncomfortable for Raducanu.
Hugging that baseline a lot more in this second set, really pushing Raducanu back behind the baseline, whereas in that first set Raducanu was the one who was up on that baseline pushing Dunn around, but it's been a massive turnaround so far.
Serve continues to be a real struggle out here right now.
First serves like that will help though. Just gone missing in these last couple of service games.
floating it a little too much. Raducanu survives this game for now. It's one of her best points of the match. It's time for Raducanu to produce that. She's got it. Quality return, wasn't it? Initially just got Raducanu slightly off balance.
Really pushed her back there and was able to step inside the baseline and really take that forehand on.
Mind that one back though.
You can see what she was trying to do. Trying to get a little bit of width on that ball, but might not quite have been the right shot to go for. A little bit frustrated with herself. There's an opening there.
Lost a bit of belief in the second, isn't she?
Yeah, a little bit. Just don't know whether she's just not quite going after it as much as she was in that first set. We just lost a little bit of the rhythm, but it's giving Katie Dunn a lot more looks in her service games, and she's taking full advantage of it in this set.
sort of feels as well that some lack of rhythm on the serve has kind of filtered through a little bit to off the ground, doesn't it? That was a point you just felt she was a little uncomfortable in.
You get the feeling that she's a little bit more indecisive on those ground strokes. In that first set, felt very instinctive and she knew exactly what she was doing. But like you said, maybe that non-rhythm on that second serve is really filtering down into the ground strokes as well.
Chance for yet another break here. Katie Dunn thought she made it. I think she may have done.
I think Emma thought it was out, but the umpire may have overruled.
Closer look here.
Would you have called that in?
Oh, 25 years ago, Anna, I might call it out actually, but.
We all would have called that out if we were down there, or at least tried.
Goodness knows.
I think it was maybe a little bit of wishful thinking on Emma's part.
I think Katie Dunn does need to try and do is build on the break, something that's eluded her so far. A couple of really good points to start this game. Right shot for you there or not?
I think it was the right shot. I think she saw that Emma was pretty deep behind that baseline, but again, just doesn't need to be that good. There's been multiple occasions in this match where she's probably gone for the right shot, but just felt like she's almost tried to go for the perfect version of it, and it hasn't needed to be that good. Keep hammering home that advantage when you've got it.
Found a good court position, but just wasn't able to make it count. It's another break. Katie Dunn from a position where she looked to be in command has been unable to push on. As the breaks continue here in the second, it's 4-3. Well, she can't say she hasn't had opportunities, can she? Katie Dunn to be further in front here.
She's going to be really frustrated. She works so hard to get those breaks, and you feel like she's kind of handed them over pretty cheaply again. 30 love up in that game, and just flung in a couple of poor errors and maybe a couple of wrong shot selections, and you can't give someone like Emma multiple chances like this, because she will start finding her rhythm again, and then it'll be tough. So Katie's got to really regroup here.
Of course, if we do go to decider, it'll be a match tiebreak, been a fair few of those already in the first day and a half of this event. Certainly not been easy for the LTA behind the scenes to get these events on. Having to follow the government guidelines that are obviously changing on a daily basis. A lot of work that has gone in to ensuring the safety of all those involved. Just held the backhand, didn't she? Long enough. Katie Dunn committing a little early.
A little bit more conviction with the move forward as well. On that previous point, you can see she had that approach forehand, and she looked a little bit tentative as she was coming forward. And that last one, a little bit more decisive. Great point from Katie again. So different when she's able to stay up on that baseline and use that forehand and dominate.
was a high quality point. Raducanu pulling the trigger, but again not able to find the target. Certainly seems to be reading the serve, doesn't she? The second serve going out to the forehand again. Katie Dunn just sitting on it.
Getting great depth as well off it. I think just off the returns and on the ground strokes in general. Really pushing Raducanu back behind that baseline. Found that range of that backhand.
Did get used to the legs, getting low to that one. Good balance.
Gave herself a little bit bigger margins on that backhand as well. Really committed to it.
It was a good smash in the end because the defensive lob was a good one.
Katie did well to hang into that point. And like you said, that lob was probably a little bit deeper than Emma thought it might be, but did so well to get behind it. And Katie squealing because she just couldn't quite get it back in the court.
It's been a very good competitive set of tennis, this one.
Still plenty more twists and turns by the looks of it as well.
Eventually, Raducanu able to find a way to breach the defences of Katie Dunn. A lot of good hustling was done in this particular game. very lengthy hold, but a hold it is for Emma Raducanu. And she levels proceedings here in this second set. Meanwhile, court number 1, James Ward is a game away from beating Liam Brodie. It's 6-3, 5-3 at the moment for James Ward, 33-year-old. Just wonder if, in the context of this match, whether Katie Dunn has perhaps just missed her opportunity.
I think that last game was big for both players. If Katie could have managed to get 5-3 up, it could have changed the whole complexion of it. She doesn't look too deterred from not having won that previous game though, with that forehand. Crucial that she gets a hold here. She doesn't want to let Emma try and serve it out at 5-4.
Again, the length just putting Dunn under so much pressure from that sort of position. Oh, she has to produce some quality from there, otherwise she's going to be running. Very well struck two-hander, such good balance off that wing. Here's break point for the 18-year-old.
Maybe a little tight on that backhand from Raducanu. She didn't quite hit through it. She looked like she guided it a touch.
Tough with a ball toss that far to the right to at times control it. Made the move in at the perfect time, did Emma Raducanu. And the teenager with almost a little sigh of relief as she finds herself a game away from another win here. To work hard in the second, isn't she? Hasn't perhaps been her best tennis.
She really has. I think that's a sign of a great player if they can find a way to get through and win ugly. It's very rare that we're going to play our best tennis all the time, and I think she showed in that first set what she's capable of, but sometimes you've got to tough it out, and that's what she's done in this second set, coming back from breaks down on multiple occasions and just finding a way. And like you said, she looked pretty relieved sat on that bench, and hopefully with the added benefit of new balls potentially could just get her over the line.
Looking for another win, having had one yesterday. Emma Raducanu. Still to come on this court. Cam Norrie will take on Jack Draper. That'll be a good one. Court number one, Heather Watson and Jodie Burrage, perhaps the pick of the singles matches to round off the day. So Emma Raducanu serving for victory here at 5-4. By the pace, wasn't she?
She did well to stay in that point. Great return and a great hit on that forehand. Maybe just didn't do quite enough with this volley. It gave Emma a small chance. She made that passing shot.
Caught out by the quality of the return again.
I'm not sure it's the pace, but she just took it so early and was able to guide it. And Emma had barely finished the service motion before she had to recover over to reach that backhand. Little opening here for Katie Dunn.
Forehand that looks so secure in the opening set. It looks at times a little brittle here in the second, and Katie Dunn, two chances to break back. she has done. He's found the big serve, the first serve on the big points at times in this second set. Good defence from Raducanu.
Frustration from Dunn as well. I think she could sense that she had Raducanu on the ropes. They had a decent return and then a good forehand, but just Raducanu defended so well out of that backhand corner.
Be the last chance for Katie Dunn here. It may be the case. Two thoroughly contrasting sets of tennis. Raducanu with match point. What a return that is.
Probably the best return of the match on one of the most crucial points. I think she's given herself a little smile, and well deserved as well.
I think she just told Matt Dill she'd return like that all day long.
She might have been telling him and she didn't quite mean that.
Whatever, the outcome was a good one. Just about found the line.
Did not want to move forward on that volley, just held her ground and thankfully managed to just drop inside the sideline.
It's all a little edgy right now.
You can feel the tension from both players, and that volley, you can see she did not look confident. Shake of the head as well.
Match point for a second time. And that'll do it. Emma Raducanu secures her second win of the week here. A very fast start. Things got complicated in the second. Katie Dunn was impressive, but she wasn't able to build on her advantage. And Raducanu is victorious in straight sets. She's a victor, 6-1, 6-4. That look rather says it all, doesn't it?
I think she might be a little bit tired out there, and a little bit relieved that she was able to pull through in straight sets. It's looking a little bit shaky towards the end, but fought incredibly well to turn that second set around, and we'll be happy to get it done.
First set just 25 minutes in duration, the second an hour and 10, and we look at those second serve points won. Again, it was a low number, wasn't it, for Dunn in the first. It was even lower over the course of the match.
It really was. I think that they both struggled a little bit, especially in that second set on their serve, but Emma was able to just pull through and win at a much higher percentage of those second serves, and that proved to be crucial. As you can see, fairly similar on first serve percentage in, but again, that difference in first serve percentage one, she was just able to get over the line when she needed to.
She was. So the 18-year-old with 2 good wins here this week. We've got one more match to come. Court number 3, Cam Norrie will take on Jack Draper. That'll be beginning in a matter of minutes. Welcome back to the National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton. as we continue our coverage of the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. Some good tennis as well on show here today. The second day of action, of course, and we have a men's singles match to conclude the day. Cam Norrie, of course, in the blue on the near side in the battle of the lefties as he takes on Jack Draper. I'm Nick Lester alongside Yaz Clark. Yaz, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Very well, nice to have your company for this one, and this should be good, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be a really, really good match. It'd be good to see Cam play. I've not seen him play since the summer, and also see what Jack's going to have to offer as well, because he's a bright, very, very bright young prospect.
He certainly is. It's been a good year for Cam, of course, currently ranked just outside the world's top 70 on the ATP Tour. That's a very fine win at the US Open this year, coming back from 2 sets to love down to beat Diego Schwartzman. Some effort that was. A man who, of course, spent much of his youth in New Zealand, came here as a teenager as well, then went to the States. He's had a fair journey, isn't he, Cam Norrie, in different parts of the world in his career?
Yeah, and I think he's a little bit outside the convention. You know, he went to an American college and then ended up coming through to professional tennis from that route. I don't know, I think he did finish his college, but in his second to last year is when he had a couple of really good strong wins in the Challengers and then ended up becoming professional after leaving college.
Whenever I speak to anyone about Cam, the one thing they always tell me is, one, he's an exceptionally hard worker, and two, his engine physically is as good as anyone's. They always say to me that this guy can kind of live with anybody in terms of physically.
Yes, absolutely, and he's one thing that always really surprised me about him was just before he was sort of 18, 19, before he'd done that Davis Cup tie where he beat Batista Agut, he hadn't really played on clay before, but he's just so natural on it, and it just suits his game so well.
Career high 41 in singles for Cam. That was back in the summer of last year. Not to be forgotten as well that he really hasn't been a professional for that long. Really 3 years now, as Yaz was saying, that time he spent in college in Texas. Still goes back there a fair bit, doesn't he? He's got a good group of friends down there. David Roditi, his coach, and of course his current coach, who has been with him, who was a former teammate of his, wasn't he, in Faku?
Yeah.
Playing today, as Yaz says, a young man who obviously has a lot of promise in Jack Draper. Nice to see Jack, who's obviously had that fine run at Wimbledon in the juniors a few years ago. Where's Jack at in his career, Yaz?
I think he's sort of finding his feet. I know he wasn't intending on playing any junior events this year anyway. I think he wanted to try and get sort of started on the seniors. I think he's had a couple of sort of niggly injuries this year that he's getting over. I've actually known Jack since he was sort of 10 or 11. I was out in the Orange Bowl with him. I was with Jay at the time, and he was there with his grandparents actually, getting involved in the under-12s there. So I've known Jack for a long while, and he's always had, you know, a lot of promise, but kind of taken him a couple of years to find his feet, and then sort of at 16 he won back-to-back futures titles and then went on to make the final of Wimbledon. So yeah, lots and lots of promise. A huge lefty serve, moves pretty well, and a very, very big forehand. Likes to take the backhand nice and early, so it'll be interesting. It's actually very similar game to Cam, but maybe with a little bit of a bigger serve, so it'll be interesting to see how they match up against each other.
Yeah, Jack's been playing a couple of challenger events over the last 3 or 4 weeks. Lost in the qualies of the Palmer Challenger. Excuse me, qualified there, lost in the first round, then played in Bratislava, where he lost in the second round of qualies. Those events, of course, there haven't been a whole lot of challenges on for the guys to play. We were talking about that on the ITF circuit earlier on. There have been a limited number of tournaments that a lot of these players have been able to play abroad, and therefore that makes these sorts of weeks even more important. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. In 2019 they kind of went back to having slightly bigger draws, but they were hoping to have sort of more events on around 5 challenges a week, but obviously with COVID that's changed and it's reduced down to sort of 2 or 3 events a week. And you know, I know from sort of personal experience with Jay sometimes that the cuts have been, you know, he's been around the 170, 175 mark and actually been unable to get in some of those challenges, so they've been really, really strong. It's great for the depth, but obviously, you know, you're trying to get some points in some matches after a tough year. It's these events have been brilliant, a complete lifesaver for the British players, I think.
Yeah, certainly have. Big props to everyone here for working hard to get this event on. Of course, Jamie Murray and Mary Greenham in partnership with the LTA, once again providing some opportunities for those at the top of the sport here in Great Britain. Andy Murray is on the next court, just to the left-hand side. He's been out there about 45 minutes as Andy. We'll keep an eye on this one. This is the last match of the day here on court 3. Jack Draper to begin. Jack actually was out here yesterday as well. Tight loss to Liam Brodie, 5-4. A long match, wasn't it? Almost 2 hours in duration, that one. Liam involved in another long one as well today, because he's currently a set apiece on court number 1 with James Ward.
I think he saved a couple of match points as well. So.
Nice.
Great adjustment there from Jack.
He's done at Reed School for a couple of years, wasn't he? Jack in his younger years. I remember seeing him in his early teens, and I didn't see him for a while. Saw him a couple of years later, and he'd grown about a foot.
Yeah. I believe he was working with Justin Shering, who's now currently coaching Joe Salisbury.
Yeah, Joe was here today, wasn't he?
Yes,
saw him on the balcony.
Yeah.
Few injury problems, as Yaz mentioned. There's Jack Draper to contend with in the last 12 months or so. Can happen to a lot of players as they kind of reach their late teens, can't it? Still growing. Tough to manage the physical side of it.
Yeah, it's a huge step up to try and compete in the men's game, and maybe sometimes not quite physically ready for it yet. It's a super passing shot, but Cam showing that physical side there whilst he's under pressure. He stays so low. I actually say I love his backhand. He's got almost next to no take back on it, but he's able to take it early and defend very well off that side anyway. But one love to Jack.
Yeah, it's one of the flattest backhands on the men's tour, Cam Norris. It really is. As you say, he deflects pace so well. He's a unique contrast in that regard, because obviously his forehand is very different. It's a lot of work to the forehand.
Yeah, very, very heavy on the forehand.
I was down in Spain last week, just for a week, I believe, or so. It was Cam, just to mix things up. Different practice partners down there. I think he was hitting with Alex de Menor, among others.
almost wasn't ready for it there. It was a great return. Cam just deflected it back and he just wasn't quite, didn't think it was coming over maybe. Super pass. Really well set up. It's happened. We've watched it a couple of times. Dan Evans did it extremely well earlier, using that sort of two-shot pass. First one to set up, to have a ball to then be able to pass off. It's a really effective way of doing it.
Good test for Jack Draper today, to see where he's at. Test this week, or whoever he plays really, in terms of trying to establish his level.
Quite strange to see lefty versus lefty as well. It's quite unusual. We've actually got 3 lefties in the event, especially with Liam as well. So.
Yeah. Just a little loose from Norrie. Ended his season in Kazakhstan with the defeat in Nur Sultan there. He made the quarterfinals in St. Petersburg, had a couple of good wins that week, Fritz and Kekmanovic. So good serving from Norrie, who levels things up at 1 apiece. Certainly brings a lot of industry, doesn't he, to a tennis court, a lot of intensity, this Cam.
Yeah, I'd say he's a great athlete, but he's got good hands. He understands the game well, and I think his biggest asset is that he's a fantastic competitor.
Yeah, that really underlined with that win over Schwartzman in the US Open. I think it was the first time in Schwartzman's career that he'd lost a match from 2 sets up. And when you consider how good a year Schwartzman had as well, that was some victory for Norrie.
I really love Jack's service motion. I think it just looks effortless. He's got great power there. First and second, able to pick his spots. Likes the obviously, the usual lefty serves, swing a tee and the swing a wide, but able to hit the kickers and the other spots when he wants to. like that.
Yeah. That's low ball toss, isn't it, as well? Relatively low anyway.
Yeah, it is relatively low. He's, I think, just shy of 6'4", Jack, so he's very tall for his age.
He's a big boy these days. Oh, that is some volley.
That's a great pickup. I think I'd like to see that a little bit more from Jack in general coming forwards. I think he creates a lot of opportunities when he attacks, and actually finishing at the net is something that I think he was working on. So it'd be good to see him playing a little bit more from up there.
Let's move forwards. Took the forehand on impressively, did Norrie.
Using that backhand, stay nice and low. So force Jack to hit that little bit high, so he could take that forehand on.
That's a big hit. You see the pressure he put on Norrie with that shot.
See them both breathing deeply. It's a long point already, having to graft to win those big points. And some great tennis going on court one as well between Liam and James. I'm not sure what the score is in the tiebreak, but I think it's very close.
Yeah, 7-6 it is to Brody right now in the breaker.
Wow.
Just peering across. That is a great finish. Confidence boosting hold for Jack Draper. He leads 2-1 here in this first set. Yeah, it's quite the match on court number 1 right now. 2 hours and 3 minutes they are into that one. As I mentioned, Liam Brody had a 2-hour plus match with this young man yesterday. What's the news on Jay? Yes, how's Jay doing? Is going to be in action this week?
Yes, I think so. I think he's playing Jack tomorrow, actually. Yeah, he's doing well. I think he's in his training, his off season, like everyone is. It's been a bit of a tough year trying to get some matches and things like that, but that's why, you know, tournaments like this are completely invaluable. So yeah, I think he's just ready for 2021, and hopefully, you know, with the calendar being released last week, he's able to plan a little bit ahead and see what's going to happen hopefully these next few months. I think the Australian Open released their fact sheet. It's definitely a reduced team and things that they can travel with. I think it's maximum of 1 person. I think it's going to be regular COVID testing and things like that, but they're doing everything they can to keep people safe at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think it's 1,000 people, isn't it, that they limit in Melbourne. They're allowing to go down there. Of course, the qualifying will be in Dubai for the men, I believe, Doha for the women. Unusual set of circumstances, but that's the way it's going to happen in January.
Yeah, and then I believe the qualifiers are going to be chartered on a jet over to Australia.
Yep.
Superb point there from both of them. Really not backing off. Jack first to change direction there. Able to put Cam under some real pressure with that backhand.
Jack actually turns 19 years of age tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Jack.
Yeah. It's to play your brother on his birthday.
Exactly.
Like 303 in the ATP rankings right now is Jack, but hasn't played much since the resumption in terms of tour-wise. Just before the pandemic struck, he won the $25,000 event in Sunderland.
Close call, but I think Cam seemed pretty confident there. That would caught the line.
Comfortable hold for Cam Norrie.
A win for Liam Brodie on court one. Oh, what a great comeback there.
Yeah, by the tightest of margins as well. 10-8 in the breaker. If there is one side that is a little more vulnerable of Norrie, it is the forehand, isn't it? It's the one side that will break down a little more often.
Yeah, I think it's actually the case for both of them. I think whilst it can be, you know, a real strength for both of them, it does, you know, there are occasionally a few mishits.
Pressure from Draper, keeping Norrie on the back foot.
Yeah, it's keeping him very, very competitive straight away from the start of this match. of the things that I think Cam's really, really effective at is sort of defending his own space. He senses when he's in trouble, and actually he's able to try and neutralise and regain that court position really, really well.
Norrie is a really good example for me of someone who has matured just a little bit later, but in terms of the decisions he made in his career, in terms of going to college, had to kind of look at himself and say at 18 he wasn't ready to feel like maturity-wise he could turn professional, so he bought himself sort of 2 or 3 more years, and then even at college, as he said, he made mistakes along the way, but he's just taken a little bit more time to feel as though he's ready to be a professional.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think he was a very, very good junior. He was still sort of top 10 in the World Juniors, winning a lot of tournaments, winning a lot of matches, but yeah, like you said, just felt like he needed that extra bit of time, and I'd say, to be honest, majority of players could go a similar route.
Sure. That's where he wants to keep him, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Deep in that backhand corner.
Yes. I like the fact that Jack's trying to keep him honest, though. He's going down the line a little bit because Cam likes to hop round his backhand when he can and use that forehand to attack. So he's trying to keep him honest. He's investing in those mistakes down the line early on. Caught Draper, didn't he? A little cold. The one thing I'd like to see Jack do, sort of developing his game further, was when I feel that he's in defence at the minute, it's a little bit all or nothing. He's immediately trying to switch to play, and he could really work by looking at someone like Cam actually on how he defends his space, and then he's still able to be aggressive, but it's a little bit all or nothing at the minute when he's in defence. Serve. But he's got plenty of weapons to get him out of trouble. Good ladies match about to take place as well, between Heather and Jodie. Should be interesting.
Yeah, Heather playing in Dubai last week, as we mentioned. Made the quarterfinals over there. Jodie playing in Dubai as well, didn't she? I think both went over to the $100,000 event there. Very strong that was. Jack Draper with a couple of very timely first serves as he leads 3-2 here in this first set. As far as the other men concerned here this week, in terms of the field, mentioned Liam Brody, Jan Choinski. We saw Jan play here in the summer in the team event. Actually lost to Dan Evans earlier on this afternoon. Aidan McHugh and Tom Matusevic, two of the younger players in the mix here. Should mention Yaz's brother Jay, who will be playing for the first time tomorrow. And Andy Murray, who is, I think, signed up to play 2 matches this week. Andy playing tomorrow, isn't he?
Yes, I think he's playing against Cam tomorrow, so another really, really good match on the cards. It's great to see Andy back playing, to be honest. You know, he creates such a buzz around him. It's sort of infectious. You watch him play and you immediately want to pick up a racket.
Just been a good vibe here, isn't there? Really, ever since the summer months when this place reopened. It's the guys and the girls of the unity, obviously, that the events that have been put on here, but just the fact that everyone's kind of in the mix, practicing together, feeding off one another.
Yeah, I think it's the environment they've always sort of wanted to create here. A lot of players train abroad and actually maybe haven't been here in the past, but it's been great just to have everyone back at base, just working together and improving together.
Jack's brother, Ben, is a good player as well. He's over at Cal Berkeley, studying over there, part of the tennis team. There a couple of years ago, did Ben.
I think Jack's mum was a British junior champion as well.
It's a very nice move from Norrie. Something that I think he and his coach have been looking to implement a little more.
Yeah, he's very clinical when he comes to the net. Very, very simple. Goes for those sort of simple, easy volleys. Very, very successful at it as well.
Jack Draper has been working with Ryan Jones for a while now. I haven't seen, Yas and I were discussing, we haven't seen Ryan here this week, but maybe on site. Son of Alan Jones, of course. Alan, Coach Joe Jury in her pomp, among many, many other players. Talked about the ball on the backhand, and that's where it can come into play, can't it? It's a little tougher to go after a ball that is really coming in at shin height, isn't it?
Yes, exactly, yeah.
a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah, with that return, yeah, a couple of forehand unforce. Yeah, Jack's got a good serve, but Cam's definitely had a racket on both of those missed returns in this game. Nice play there from Cam. Maybe Jack didn't do quite enough with that approach, a little bit predictable. Didn't put Cam under enough pressure, and again he was able to use that two-shot pass.
Feel the urgency, couldn't you, of Norrie to get up to that one before it started to drop. Did a good job of that. Disappointed with that error as he looks across a ball he will feel he should have made, but wasn't to be. So Draper continues to lead in this competitive first set. 4-3 it is. One thing, and obviously you would know better than me as with Jay, but we'll talk about the physical side, especially of men's tennis these days in terms of developing players. It takes a little longer nowadays, doesn't it, to when you're 24, 25. These are the guys that are big and strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the longevity of the game is what's completely changed. I think what was the average age of the top 131, and you've got Roger playing at 37 and still, being incredibly competitive, and you've got Andy and Novak and Rafa 33 plus sort of winning Grand Slam still. So it's taking players a lot longer to come into their own. So from the age of sort of Jack, Jay, that they're all actually putting a lot of investment in for hopefully in 2 or 3 years' time where they can get those gains.
I think it's on average, the ITF did a survey, didn't they, a couple of years ago. On average, I think it's a 5-year journey from turning professional to breaking the top 100, something like that. Again, that's just a barometer, a kind of par figure, if you like. Obviously, there will be variables on that, but it's the sort of length of time it takes a top 100 ATP player to break through.
Something like, was it 2 or 3 spots a year?
It's not many, are there?
There's definitely not many.
And that's actually exacerbated even more by the current system, with it being a 2-year ranking system, isn't it?
Yes.
It's harder to move up the rankings at the moment.
Yeah, I think it was around sort of 570 points to break the top 100. It's now looking around the 700 mark. First opportunity for the Jack there, and he is all over those short balls. He's trying to definitely trying to create some more opportunities with his game style. Maybe investing in those misses, but now 30 love on Cam's serve. Oh, he did well there. That was very, very tricky.
Yeah, I don't think Jack knew a whole lot about the return, did he?
No, I don't think it was intentional. I think it was a, let's just get my racket on it and hope.
So break points for the teenager.
I'll be disappointed with that. Second serve opportunity. Decided to go heavy, just didn't quite get enough of spin on it to get it to drop.
It's a
Very
classy
nice.
first volley.
Yeah, absolutely. He used that short volley to bring Jack forwards and get the easier one, easier response.
Actually, it feels like in men's tennis as well. The first volley being short has actually become very effective because everyone moves so well laterally these days.
Yes. The court position's a little further back as well, I think. Heather's off to a flying start on the other court as well, leading 3-love.
Well, he had some opportunities, and you can see how disappointed he is that he wasn't able to take them.
Yeah, I think they come few and far between those break points, but generally the result of the match is normally told by who takes those opportunities.
In many ways, these are the sorts of moments that that's what he's here for, isn't it?
Yes.
To play these big points, to
Exactly.
understand what it takes against a player like Cam, learn from it.
But also maybe see how calm Cam was under that pressure as well. 15-14, back to basics. I expect to see that from Cam, a little bit more experience, maybe try to make those rallies slightly longer. I think that's where he thinks he's probably the favourite.
You can see physically
Yes.
what it's doing to Jack Draper, this opening. What are we, half an hour in here? This is tough going. As we mentioned, Jack hasn't had a whole lot of matches either. To factor that in. I mentioned that he's had a couple of challenges, but having played Liam obviously yesterday in a match again that was over 2 hours.
Guys to be competing sort of 60 plus matches a year usually.
Sure.
And with what's happened, I think you'll see that they've maybe competed around a third, maybe half of what they normally would, so substantially less, and I don't think anything quite makes up for matches.
Nope.
Glimpse of that point on court one. Heather looks like she is on fire. 4 love, 30 love, and she's come ready for Jodie.
A respite for Jack Draper, a free point. Taking his time here as well. Forcing it, isn't he? A little.
He is. He's definitely looking to be aggressive, but maybe sometimes a little bit too impatient to go for that winner from there, especially at 4 all 30 all.
I just wonder, Yaz, as well, if that is somewhat intertwined with a little bit of fatigue at the after what is kind of, you know, trying to get out of the rallies a little quicker than he might otherwise have done.
I think when you look at Cam down the other end, it would make you feel even more tired.
Yes, exactly.
A little bit of variation on that serve as well, deciding to go T. Good change. You just get the feeling that there's just going to be no let up from Cam though.
Wasn't missing by a whole lot, but Norrie with a look of disappointment.
Yeah, he got the ball he wanted there, worked the point nicely, just wide. super play from both players. I mean, I have to say, it's a fantastic get from Cam. There was one in there that was an absolute bullet, but managed to make Jack play an extra 2 shots, and well done from Jack. It was a great hold.
He kind of trudges, doesn't he, rather gingerly back to his chair here. Some 4, and he has the explosion, as you say, the injection of pace off this shot is something else.
Yeah, he's using his body really, really well. We were talking earlier about players that we've been most impressed with this year. I was just wondering if you've got one. Doesn't have to necessarily be a British player, but I was really impressed with Sophia Kennan. You know, I'd seen her since she was a junior, and not the most talented, but incredibly hardworking and a grafter to fill the holes in her game.
Overall, I think, I mean, I would probably say on the men's side, I thought what Medvedev did at the end of the year was so good for him to dig out those matches at the tour finals from being a set down as well. And I think in his last 3 matches, that is proving to be some seriously tough competition. I think Shapovalov, I thought, impressed me a lot last year on the men's side as well. I think he's going to come good next year. He's already come good, but even jumping up to another level.
He broke the top 10 for the first time this year, right?
He did, yeah.
I think it's really nice to see, actually. There's a few really good young guns coming up, right?
There are.
Well, you've got Dominic Thiem winning the slam and then breaking the young guy's curse, I guess.
Yeah, Rublev as well.
Rublev, Tsitsipas.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really exciting time.
It is.
Right, Jack needs to make Cam play every single one of these returns. Come on, dig deep here. Too good. And I think sometimes players can shy away from going, you know, that's not an easy shot. Cam's hit that winner from behind the baseline there. And sometimes, you know, being a little nervous, you can shy away from going for that. But it's great to see Cam obviously feeling incredibly confident to, you know, to go after those shots.
Not wasting any time in this game. Yeah, 2017 was the year that Norrie really took his first steps on the professional ladder in the summer of 2017. Made the jump pretty quickly as well. Came out of college, ended that year at 115 in the world, broke the top 100 for the first time just a few months later in the spring of 2018. Very emotional run, didn't he, down in Auckland as well, of course, a city that he spent so much time in. I think in the final of the event in Auckland down there in 2019. That's an event that'll be missed next year. I hear very good things about that from those that have been down there.
I think it's a whole new calendar. I saw that Delray Beach and there's a tournament in Turkey.
There is.
Starting right at the beginning of the year. I was asking Dan what his plans are for that, and he's not 100% sure yet. He might start over in Oz.
Just a little rushed on that shot. Looked like he quite made the space quickly enough.
Jodie's on the scoreboard, 5-1. I think Heather's barely put a foot wrong from what I'm seeing. from Jack, setting up that short forehand.
He's mixed the serve up nicely on the ad side, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's a real weapon of his. Serve's got him out of trouble in quite a few occasions at the minute.
Draper thought the serve was long. Norrie played on.
I'd say that was a proper corker of a return there.
It was. I was asking Richard Haig in the chair what he thought of it. Great shot.
Super shot. I think from Cam's perspective, he's trying to make those rallies longer, but actually Jack's been able to produce some really, really good tennis under pressure there. Happy to stay in those longer rallies and then wait for the opportunity to go for it.
So Jack Draper holds on as he leads in this very competitive first set. Mentioned in terms of the juniors or the highest ranked teenagers in world tennis right now. Yannick Sinner, of course, leads the way in that department. Lorenzo Musetti, also 19 years of age. 2000, in fact, 18 Musetti, isn't he? 2002
yep.
Born.
I'm sure. I've just seen Carlos Alcaraz. Yeah, he's my pick to be the next big name. I think he's a phenomenal player. I was watching him play in Spain, and he's just, yeah, wow.
He's coached by Ferrero, isn't he?
He is coached by Ferrero. He's 17, but he's just a phenomenal match player, which is not something you generally see at such a young age, but just understands the flow of the match. Still lots to work on and lots to improve, but he can be very, very good in a few years.
Jack, the 6th highest ranked, 7th highest ranked teenager in world tennis as far as the ATP rankings go.
Yannick Sinner is pretty impressive as well, and Musetti, they both train together. I think they're working with Riccardo Piatti, and yeah, the ball strike on that kid is phenomenal. Stopped a little early there. I think he thought it was going a lot further out than what it went.
Rolling through his service games at a decent rate, Norrie. towards the end of this set. As Yaz mentioned, he'll be playing Andy Murray tomorrow. Well, Norrie. Good game. Couple of love holds back to back for Norrie as he moves, as he takes us into the breaker.
Definitely getting some 3 points off that first serve now. Mixing it well as well. Cam's unable to pick it. Cam's a very good returner.
Able to get up the court nicely, make the most of a slightly shorter ball. Draper with the early mini break. Jack's definitely trying to take control of the play here, isn't he? He's not letting Cam settle at all. As soon as he has time on his forehand side, he's looking to dictate. Jack may have tapped out a little bit there. Norrie was quite happy just to work the point as long as he needed to. Just kept the backhand to such a good length, didn't he, Norrie? Early in the rally, just giving Draper nothing to feed off.
It's back on serve.
Thanks for watching.
It's been a good set. It's been very competitive.
Super return. We lost Cam out of camera there. He, Jack using the width, using that lefty forehand, slightly shorter but really, really heavy, and just dragging Cam right over the sideline.
Jamie Delgado and Matt Little in the background. He stayed on after Andy Murray's practice finished about half an hour ago. The impetus currently with Jack Draper. Two switch ends.
Tough. I think that was just long, but actually he would have been able to attack that next ball if had it just dropped in.
Continues to get a few free points out of the serve. It's been a conundrum that Norrie hasn't necessarily had the answer to in this first set.
Pull out all those big first serves when he needs them. I think Cam maybe struggled a little bit with that forehand return today, as protecting it probably a little more than he usually would, and with Jack varying it very, very well, it's been difficult for him to return.
So 3 set points for the 18-year-old here. Close, wasn't it?
Very nice, very clinical again, very simple. Just quite happy for Jack to have a play on it, but close the net. He's ready for the pass. He went for it, didn't he? He meant that.
I mean, he goes from second gear to fourth gear,
Yes,
doesn't he? In
does.
a heartbeat, this guy, with that shot.
He does. He means it when he goes for it.
He's a rocket.
It's been a difficult tie break for Cam. Cam hasn't really found his first serve, and Jack's been able to get quite a few free points. It'll be interesting to see what happens now. A little bit of pressure now.
So the last of the set points for Jack Draper here. And he's got it.
Wow. That is some impressive serving there to end that set for Jack. It really was the defining difference, I think.
Yeah, at times it looked physical as though it might be struggling, but Jack Draper holds firm. And after 66 minutes, he leads Cam Norrie here, 7 games to 6. So set number 2. Some work ahead for Cam Norrie if he's to turn this match around. Cam, of course, played an integral role in both Battle of the Brits that took place in the summer. The initial singles one, and then was very much involved in the team event.
Wow. That is some weapon from Jack there. It's like as soon as he has time on the ball, he's wanting to be aggressive, which is actually really, really nice to see. It's definitely a shot for the future. Very nice. Very simple, widen space.
Yeah, that's something they've been working on as well, I know, in terms of just trying to take the forehand a little bit earlier and making sure the court position is at times a little higher up the court, just purely to take time away. Got it.
Wow, he's made that again. It was something we were talking about earlier with Evo, and that's one shot that just really sets him apart from a lot of the other British players and a lot of players in general, is the ability to take the ball early on the forehand and then follow it up. This was a super shot from Jack.
Certainly was, and it's given him a break point here. Oh, that is something else. Brilliant from Jack Draper. As he gets the break to begin this second set.
Yeah, it seems that Jack is the one who's taking control purely because he seems like he's the one who wants to change direction first. I've noticed all his winners have come after, you know, he's been quite stationary, and Cam's, you know, sort of not willing to budge. He's being very, very stubborn, but maybe needs to break the mold a little bit to cause some problems for Jack.
Meanwhile, over on court 1 right now in the last match of the day there, Heather Watson is having a few more difficulties in the second against Jodie Burrage. Watson, having won the first 6-1, is trailing 2-1 to Burrage in the second, 30 all. Much more competitive second set there.
Oh, a couple of very cheap points there from Jack, considering what fab tennis he's put in recently and how well he served in that tie break. I'm sure Cam will sense a little bit of a lull and be ready to break back straight away.
Yeah, just wonder if this is a little physical dip here, possibly, having had to work so hard at the end of that last game as well, and everything that's preceded it.
Yeah, again in that rally, Jack's the one who seems to be, you know, Cam hits a great ball, but it's quite predictable. And I think there, Jack's the one always changing direction, the one able to gain control of the rallies earlier because of that. I definitely think Cam needs to be trying to be a little bit more proactive and keep Jack on the move, especially if he is getting physically a little bit tired. Shot. Because that's what happens when he gets an opportunity.
Doubles.
Oh, wow. None to three. That's interesting. No real return pressure from Cam there, so maybe that's just mental mistakes, I think.
Point for Norrie.
There's that big serve to the saviour again. Varying the placement, keeping Cam honest there.
It'll be interesting to look at the unreturned serve number for Draper today. I suspect it's pretty high, as you say, which is fairly unusual against someone like Cam, who prides himself on putting a lot of balls back into play.
Using the back behind really, really well this round, this game.
Continues to threaten fresh as a daisy, doesn't he, Cam?
He does. He's used to these longer matches. I think he's conditioned for it. It's not just the length of time, it's the intensity. So Jack might be used to playing long matches, but maybe not at this pace.
And he's found a quality return as he finds a good response at the start of set number 2 here.
Yeah, I'll be very happy to get back into that there. Could sense an opportunity, and that's what good players do. They sense it and they're able to convert it.
If you are watching at home and you want to get in touch, you can via the YouTube channels. Drop us a line. We'll do our best to read out some of your messages. This Battle of the Brits, the 3rd edition of this Battle of the Brits, each in its own format. Certainly been a very busy year for tennis participation, that's for sure. From the summer onwards, huge increases in numbers.
I think we were very lucky to be one of the one sports that could socially distance. Because of that, we had a huge increase in people playing, even though they didn't have, Wimbledon to look up to.
See how low Draper's having to get down to hit the ball. He almost kind of...
Back knee to the ground,
Yeah.
isn't it?
It's the challenges that Norrie presents on that sort of rally. Big guy as well, Jack, as Yaz was saying, so it's a long way down. And you're having to hit balls consistently from that height. Just the game Norrie wanted.
Yeah, this is the thing about Cam. He's just not going to go anywhere. You're going to have to beat him. You don't get to 41 in the world by going away a set and a breakdown.
Yeah, talks so glowingly about his time over in the States at TCU. David Roditi, his head coach. Of course, Alistair Gray, fellow Brit. I think he's at TCU now, or certainly was at TCU, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's got one more year, from what I understand, I think.
It's a slightly complex set of circumstances over in America right now with the coronavirus, obviously the pandemic. Certain players have got additional time, a little more, one more semester to play with, due to the fact that a lot of them, of course, lost last year as a semester and this year, so some players have benefited.
Yeah, I think college tennis provides an excellent opportunity for a lot of players. You know, I think maybe Alistair would agree he wasn't quite ready to play on tour when he finished at 18. So had a lot of growing to do and a lot of sort of realising what his game is all about, but actually he's probably in a much better position now at 21, 22 years old to be able to go on tour if that's what he wants.
Second day of action here at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. It's been some good tennis from this young man. He was edged out yesterday by Liam Brodie. Haven't seen too much of Jack this year. Break from the game in the autumn and came back to compete at challenger level. Big game this for him though, to try and stem the flow.
It's a nice way to start anyway, super serve. Oh, that pointed everything in it, I think. Great adjustment from Cam and from Jack there. With Cam just able to find that line ball. Another great serve from Jack there. Slightly jamming Cam in the body, but Cam was disappointed he's not able to put more of these returns in play, I think.
Not getting a read on it, is he?
No, not at all.
Wayward from Cam Norrie, somewhat unusually. Draper draws level again.
Yeah, a couple of really cheap points there, which is surprising after working so hard to get the break back in the last game and then hold. Good to see Cam using a little bit more of the all court there. He tends to get stuck in patterns, so actually changing direction there, making Jack move. I feel as soon as Jack gets stationary and has time, he's going to be going for those winners, and invariably he's making a lot of them today. Great serving. Oh. And then that one.
Yeah, it was somewhat of a roll of the dice, you feel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grip it and rip it scorebook, that was.
Yeah. I call it hit and hope, but...
There you go. Cam Norrie just gaining some momentum here. You can see physically what Jack Draper's feeling right now. A couple of shake out of the legs. He's struggling. And Norrie with the lead, 3-2.
Yeah, he's just got to remember it's only a tie-break third set here in this format, so he can go all out because he's probably got a maximum of 45 minutes left. Whereas Cam's used to playing those longer matches. I don't know how long that one was with the Diego Schwartzman. That was a long match.
I'll tell you. I believe it was over 4 hours.
Yeah, I thought something along those lines.
Back to win 7-5 in the fifth on that occasion. To be forgotten as well, of course, that Schwartzman actually served for it in the fifth, didn't he? I think at 5-4. Making the third round. It's those sorts of errors that'll be frustrating him.
Very nice from Jack there, able to rush Cam into his forehand again. Not with the flatter ball this time, but just with a heavy, heavy spin forehand.
Just a bit of movement behind the court.
Yeah, there again, I feel like Cam's putting that pressure on Jack, but then he's letting off by just not changing direction, and Jack's reading that. He really doesn't want to change that backhand down the line. And then Jack is the one pulling that trigger first, changing down the line, getting the short ball, and able to put Cam under an enormous amount of pressure.
Quite do enough with the approach on that occasion. Paid the price for it.
He's got to keep going for it though. I understand frustration at missing those, but when you've made as many as he has, you know, you're up 40-15, it's the right shot. It's just didn't quite execute it.
Yeah, it's the shot that's got him in this position, isn't it? Big contingent, fairly decent sized contingent of people watching up behind the court. Kyle Edman, I notice, is up there as well. Kyle's not playing here this week, but practicing here at the NTC.
Super shot. Yeah, from what I believe, Kyle had knee surgery at the beginning of pre-season and has recovered well from it. I think he's back to hitting fully, but it's maybe not quite match fit yet, so he's going to take a few more weeks. But happy to come down and support and watch some of the matches.
So 3 apiece here in the second.
Cam will definitely not want to be giving away cheap points like that.
In 2018, of course, Jack Draper made the junior Wimbledon final. Staple diet for Norrie. The swinger out wide, leaning on the backhand, using the pace. Very difficult to go anywhere off it. Just a little deep.
those legs are getting a little bit heavy now. I think we might see Jack go a little bit even more aggressive. He doesn't want to be the one defending. I don't think that's his game style. I don't think physically he definitely does not want to do that. He's starting to look a little bit weary.
So another quick hold for Cam Norrie as he puts the pressure on here in this second set. He leads Jack Draper 4-3, having lost the first on the breaker. There he is, former world number 1, watching on. He'll be in action tomorrow. Plotting, I believe, where he's going to start next year as well in terms of tournament-wise. Trying to weigh up the options.
Just a huge tennis fan as well. I think he really enjoys watching all of the matches. You know, I saw him here yesterday, and he was one of the last to leave. Yeah, he had treatment and things, but he was happy to watch the last few matches that are going on. It's
yeah, 100%.
He's a brilliant ambassador for our sport.
Got a little lucky, didn't he, with the return?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think either of them thought that was going in. There is some pace behind that, isn't there?
Yes.
There is no denying what he's going for there.
Yeah, this is another industrial size forehand, really. Nice and loose, isn't it?
Very loose. Using the body well. Sort of ripple effect up through his racket. He's just served so well today. He had one little blip of a game with the 3 doubles, but overall he's been able to just create so many opportunities with the serve. Norrie just hasn't been able to get into this game at all. At all. It's one-way traffic at the moment.
again, he'll be left feeling somewhat underwhelmed with the quality of his returns in that game. Hasn't made much of an impact, only broken Draper once. It was being broken at the start of the second set. He responded quickly, but it's 4 apiece here. Just wonder if there's any element today of the fact that Cam was outdoors last week in Spain and suddenly coming indoors. Obviously he's played a lot indoors, he's trained a lot here, but it's still a little change, isn't it?
Oh, without a doubt, yeah. The courts are slightly faster indoors. The ball's slightly quicker through the air. Trying to replicate the conditions as best as possible here for the Australian Open. You've got the Australian Open balls and similar surface. Obviously the only thing they can't replicate is the sun and the weather, but other than that it's great match conditions, great practice match conditions.
Still going on court 1. Heather Watson a couple of points away from victory over Jodie Burridge. 6-1-5-3 it is over there. Getting a little disturbed by some movement back at the back of the court.
Don't see Cam miss that one very often. I also wonder if, you know, that we always talk about that lefty advantage. If it's kind of, I guess it's neutralised playing against another lefty.
Definitely. It's a wild finish. He had a good look in that game, did Jack Draper. A sense of perhaps what might have been, but it's Norrie that hangs on and holds to lead 5-4. You don't have to be a genius to look at Jack Draper's body language to realise what he felt of that and how much this has taken out of him out here.
Before, I don't think it's the length of time that they're on court, it's the intensity. You know, they'll happily train for 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon, but whether, you know, you're training at a level that you're with a top 100 player that whole time is completely different.
Yeah, a lot of data available to these players these days, of course. We know that Matt Little does a lot of work with the catapult vest. James, that catapult vest,
yes,
does he like
to
feedback on that sort of thing?
Yeah, he's been using First Beat, and he uses I don't know what the band is to track the speed of the bar movement when he's lifting weights and things like that. It's all become incredibly scientific, and Jay's part of the PSP, as is Jack, so they receive support from the LTA. But even that sort of stuff, you know, you're talking about the stats about where they serve, the percentages, win or loss. You know, are they in neutral attack or defence on ball 3? There's some real detail behind it. So it's they're getting a lot of really good support. Slightly different point, using a bit of variation, bit of slice. First forehand slice I think I've seen Jack hit.
Bit of confusion. Not sure either player was convinced by the serve, the call, and Draper seemed to stop. I think this is going to be a let.
Someone's just walking across on the top of the balcony there.
Yep. Very well played point. The approach was pinpoint accuracy. Didn't overplay it, did he?
No, no. Very easy to do so as well in that situation, and just waited for Norrie to move and then picked his spot with that smash. Oh wow. Looking for any way to pull the trigger there with that forehand. I'd love to see the stats around how many winners and forcing shots he's been able to create off that wing today. Yeah, just anticipated beautifully. Recovered to the right side. Anticipated move round and heavy inside in forehand. Yeah, it was interesting. Cam actually went backhand line there, was able to actually throw Jack. He got that higher, slower ball that he wanted with his forehand, but wasn't able to do enough with it, and now it's 5-all.
It's been very little to separate the two players. A couple of hours or so we've been out here now.
A really, really strong performance from Jack, though.
Absolutely.
You know, he's been absolutely toe to toe with Cam the whole way. Oh, he is just pulling them from nowhere. That's brilliant. Touche, well done, Cam. Yeah, he's experienced, he's not going to panic with Jack hitting these winners. He knows he needs to stick to his own game, stay focused.
Heather Watson has just wrapped up victory over Jodie Burridge on court 1 in straight sets. And 1 singles match still standing. Tennis from Norrie, suffocating Draper.
Yeah, using that compound effect, keeping him on the move. Attack, attack, attack.
The return. It wasn't a particularly bad serve, but just crushed it.
He's just very loose, isn't he? He's very relaxed. He's very comfortable making mistakes, happy to take the ball on.
Not to be there though, so Cam Norrie stays ahead in this second set. Much to the annoyance of this man. It's 6-5 here in this second set.
It's been really nice to watch Jack, 'cause I've not really seen much much of him since the juniors a couple of years ago. I know he had a good run in a challenger, I want to say in the States, about 18 months ago. But I haven't really seen much of him since then. But it looks like he's really improved. He's definitely developing some weapons and becoming a lot more complete. I think he's got a really good game for the future. These next few years will be great for him.
Yeah, 19 years of age tomorrow is Jack, as I mentioned.
I'm sure he'll get some opportunities next year over the grass court season, which will be great to see how he plays on the grass. Obviously, he did very well as a junior, slightly different against the big boys, but yes, he's got a really, really promising career, I'm sure.
Yeah, got the Wimbledon wildcard, didn't he, last summer, if I remember rightly. Lost in the first round of the singles, but given a taste of life amongst the elite. Been a good day today. Wins for Dan Evans over Jan Choinski, Liam Brodie, edged by James Ward. In a third set breaker.
Very similar to sort of Jack Sock in that I remember thinking when Jack was incredibly young that whenever he had time on the ball, especially on his forehand, he was incredibly dangerous, and I get the same vibe here from Jack. Whenever he has time, he's looking to do damage. Oh, it was lovely hands, well played.
It was not an easy volley, was it either? He's looked comfortable in all areas of the court today. Quickly up to that one as well. How low he gets to that. Urgency again. To get forwards. Some level of tennis Jack Draper has produced today, and he continues to pour it on here. Outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, Cam didn't do too much wrong there, but again, a little bit of spin on that high forehand. Jack able to flatten out and then able to step in and take that backhand early.
So, second set breaker. Norrie to begin.
Oh my, wow. I had some heat on it.
His forehand has been red hot today. He's up the ante. And it caused this man all sorts of problems.
I'd say he's having that day where you have it sort of once a year where everything you touch turns to gold, and Jack's definitely having that day today. Typical, isn't it? Commentator's curse, I think they call that.
You'll get used to that, Yaz, the more you do it.
How very bizarre to go from slamming winners left, right and centre to a couple of cheap double faults, but he was saying that he needs to use his legs and drive up. I wonder if that's a physical issue maybe. Half chance for Cam then.
Oh, what a pass.
Wow.
Moving backwards here as well to produce this. Something else.
Yeah, flat open stance, moving backwards with adding pace. Very impressive.
he's got lucky.
Tough.
All 5 points in this tiebreak, won by the returner.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in Cam, to be honest. I think he's been a little bit predictable today, to be honest. As much as Jack's played incredibly well to get to where he has on the scoreboard, I don't think, you know, I get that you have to stick with your game, but there also has to be that ability to problem solve and to change it. I don't think Cam's quite managed to solve the problem of Jack today. I think that's been such a big asset of Jack. You know, the 3 points behind his serve they've just kept coming the whole day. One tiny blip at the beginning of that second set and a couple of double faults in this tiebreak, but he really has served superb.
Yeah, he's maintained a high level, and I think both of us probably, if we're honest, have been expecting that level to drop at some point today, if not from a physical perspective, but it's been so far a case of he's kept it up.
Yeah, it's been pretty relentless actually. At times he's looked like, you know, physically he's struggling, but obviously mentally he's managed to maintain, and that's probably more impressive than the physical actually. Cam's not going away.
Breather as they change ends. Draper with this 4-2 lead. Those sorts of errors that have just been a little at times uncharacteristic from Norrie. A point that he was in command of and has relinquished the advantage.
See why he's going for that though, because he's made so many of those today. Going backwards, going down the line, but why not? And it's that shot right there. He has just been the one who is willing to change direction, who's willing to be more aggressive. I think Cam has come out here and tried to make those points last longer and hope that Jack's going to miss rather than taking it from him. Jack's had none of it.
It's been an exceptional performance, hasn't it? The amount of forehand winners he's hit well into double figures. Match points for Jack Draper.
Also shows us what type of competitor Cam is though. I mean, Jack's done all this, he's played fantastic, and yet we're still 7-6, 6-all.
Yep.
Shows what it takes to be up on someone like Cam.
That's a very fine victory for Jack Draper. He gets the better of Cam Norrie here in successive tie breaks. It was a high standard from the man who turns 19 tomorrow, as he claims a mighty scalp here in this Battle of the Brits. It's Draper that wins in straight sets.
Yeah, very, very impressed with Jack. I think he played some fantastic tennis there. You know, created variation, was the person who was always, you know, willing to change line, willing to be the aggressor. Yeah, I'd like to see Cam, for, you know, before the matches start in the new year, you know, trying to be a little bit more proactive. He's incredibly solid, and yes, Jack had to pull out some excellent winners to beat him, but you know, he has the ability to attack. You know, we were speaking about the fact that he's been trying to take his forehand early, come forwards. I would like to have seen a little bit more of that, and also a little bit more variation with his serve.
Here's the numbers, yes. What are we picking out of this overall?
I mean, he was pretty close if you look at it. I mean, Cam had a slightly higher serve percentage and a slightly higher win percentage, but those second serve points won for Jack were a little bit higher. For me, the stats are all very, very close, but the big thing is that we don't actually have is the winners. I think if we looked at winners, you know, Jack would be 2-1, I think, on what Cam did today.
A fine day of tennis once more here at this Battle of the Brits. That'll do it for day 2. We hope you can join us tomorrow. We've got plenty of good action, including the former world #1 Andy Murray, who will be part of our coverage tomorrow. But from Yaz Clark and myself, Nick Lester, we'll say goodbye for now.